All right, I have 8:30. We'll go ahead and call this meeting. Oh, now I have 8:30. We'll go ahead and call this regularly scheduled meeting. This is the wrong day. The regularly scheduled Commissioners Court to order. If you would first, do we have a pastor here today? All right.
Let's pray. Father, we come before you today. We just lift up all the issues that are going to be discussed. I just pray for wisdom in this place. I pray that resolutions can be made that make the most sense and are the most beneficial for this community. I just pray that these matters are discussed with respect and in wisdom. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. You would follow the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag. States of the republic. Stands one. Honor to take to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag. One state under God, one indivisible. All right.
They need to remove their hats and gloves.
Yeah. Oh, all right, we're gonna go ahead and move into, we're gonna go ahead and skip our regular, let me ask how every office holder is doing today, because nobody is here cares about that.
I have something that I'd like to read into the record if you don't mind.
Does it have to do with one of the?
It has to do with just our kind of update.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
And my guys don't get a lot of recognition, but we got this letter and I wanted to read it into the record. It's from the Cedar Creek Volunteer Fire Department. Deer Hill County Commissioner Precinct 1, please accept our deepest thanks for your assistance during the Fort Grand Baptist Church fire. Your provision of equipment and manpower during such a critical time demonstrated exceptional generosity and professionalism. Your actions help support the ongoing response efforts and make a meaningful impact during a very difficult situation. We're incredibly grateful for your willingness to step in and serve without hesitation. Our community is stronger because of teams like yours. Thank you again for the courage, cooperation, and service. I'd like to read that into that.
Any other elected official would like to make an announcement? All right, we'll go ahead and move on to the open forum. Open forum is going to be 5 minutes. Time limit. We have a sign-in sheet. If you would like to speak in open forum, we'll give you just a second to sign in, or just wave your hand and we'll get you signed in. Nobody? And I do know we have some online. Where's Miss Kristen?
There are a ton of people out in the hallway that cannot hear you.
Would anybody like to speak?
Okay.
Anybody want to speak?
Anybody want to get signed up?
Sign up. Sign up.
What's that? It's on, yeah, it's on.
Yeah, do you guys have a microphone? There are people,
What's
nothing.
that? Yeah, that. No, ma'am, this is the equipment that we have. I tried to get us into a larger courtroom and they're holding criminal documents today. Are these microphones on as well? Do we know? Yeah.
That one was moved up there.
Yeah. All our microphones are on, guys. That's all we got. Okay. Good. I'm gonna grab the list.
If I signed up online, do I still have to sign that list? Oh, okay.
All right. So first person that I have signed up, I hope I can. Yeah, I can read most of them. Jack Merrill? Merrill?
Merrill,
Yes, Mr.
Morning.
Merrill. Good morning.
my name is Jack Merrill. I live in Blum and I'm part of this county. And I would like to let you guys know that I would love for y'all to take what you hear today as seriousness. I'd like to set the tone for the whole county. That this is not something that needs to be taken lightly. I can probably get a show of hands. Who here is against having data centers within this county? Is there anyone here that's willing to stand up and say that you want one boldly enough against your whole county? No one. There's no one here. We need all that you guys can do to stop this and speak for us in lieu of your county is trying to speak. And they need you to step in and do whatever it is possible that you can do to shut this down. I read something this morning that said, the power is in the hands of the ranchers and farmers. And we're here, except for the ones that sold out. They took money and sold out the rest of their county, and they're not here. Is anybody here that sold out? Nope, nobody's here. So they're probably gonna move and leave us holding the bag of what they made the decision for millions of dollars and move to Colorado or wherever they're going. They're not here to stand up and represent their families and their friends and everyone else. So I guess I need to start with some of the concerns because you guys probably can't even make a decision in a short amount of time because there's so much understanding and research that needs to be done before you can make a conscious decision because there's going to be lives at stake, families, food for the county, the city, the things that we produce out there that they're going to wipe out. They're going to wipe out cattle, corn, wheat. And we talked about this last night where we are there to produce for the rest of the city and the county and worldwide, statewide, whatever. If we put data centers everywhere that there's food, there's no more food. There's no discussion of this. It's over with. There's nothing, no water to drink, no food to eat, nowhere to for us to even live. Because these things take up our safety, our lives, our land. So you need to consider the electrical grid and the power concerns, the water usage and concerns, millions of gallons of water. They talked about last night that this was the money was gonna help infrastructure in the city of Hillsborough if they put one in the city. But the thing is, there's not gonna be any water to put through the piping that they're gonna replace. They take millions of gallons of water. They tell you lies about how good it's gonna be. The thing is, I've talked to people that work with data centers and AI and those things, and they said that they're now trying to create their own nuclear power within these places. They run this water through all these electrical components, and then it's wasted 4 times through, and it's wasted millions of gallons every single time they do that. And where are they going to put it? Back in the ground, back in a pond. There's no fish to live in that. There's not going to be any. Those are going to harm our groundwater. Tax and economic incentive concerns, pilot agreements, public infrastructure, land use, rural character, property value concerns, environmental concerns, construction impacts, operational noise, quality of life, cybersecurity for our national security, AI specific concerns, local governments and planning concerns that you guys do not have the ability to handle yet. That for what they're suggesting, we cannot handle that here. The other thing, the strongest ones are the industrialization of rural land. Permanent job numbers are very low. They come in with construction crews, and once they're done here, they're not adding to our county. They're leaving, they're going somewhere else. They're just transient. And they come in and they take, and then they leave. Local taxpayers should not subsidize these billion-dollar corporations. And that's the only one that wins in this. They come in promising all kinds of things, and that's just the sugar coating on them just getting to do what they want. This is the county against these guys coming in and wasting what we have and what has been built here on a community of agriculture and farming for many, many years. Public meetings. There's so much stuff that needs to be handled and understood. this is the Barnett Shell all over again. Come in, take and leave all this construction that's an eyesore that has no purpose in our county anymore. Let's see what else. The cooling technology changes, fiber network demands, the land strat, I mean, it goes on and on. This needs to be shut down, stopped for research. We just want it shut down. We don't want it at all. Anybody in here? Well, it's up to you guys. I mean, I don't know what y'all's concerns are with it as far as if there's any positive intake. We consider that.
Thank you, sir. Ashley Merrill?
The next thing I wanted to add to let you guys know that
Hold on
we,
a second.
yes, sir.
If they're gonna concede your time, just one of y'all say I concede my time. You don't have to get up and down.
Okay, that's fine. We have 1,747 names within the county that have signed a petition against these data centers. That should speak loudly enough.
That's in 1 week.
That's in 1 week's time. The next thing is, we do not have the water capacity to handle these, and they're putting them in multiple areas. So the depletion of the water table and the Biloxi will be dry, the first Trinity, the second Trinity, like. This should be a non-discussion. If anybody or any of you have received calls from them, I'm sure they've begged you not to vote for a moratorium or anything like that. They want it to pass and move on so they can do their business. But if you've even considered it, I'm gonna try to say this as nice as possible. You're not fit to be in the position that you're in. I'm addressing y'all, and I'm sorry if that comes off bad, but if you consider this, if you're for the industrialization of this county, there's a reason that you should not be voted for again, or if you have not been.
Tim Linus?
Linus, yes,
Linus.
sir. Thank y'all. And I have people that are gonna yield their time, so I know I got 15 minutes. So I'm gonna, number one, thank you for hearing me this morning. And I have paperwork.
There's a precedent set to be able to.
I have paperwork for y'all to follow along, please. I'm gonna get into what you as commissioners can do. So what happens when we talk about this with people in the counties? The first thing they want to do is say, well, the state's got our hands locked. Y'all can't do anything. It's all about the state. That is simply not true. You have things you can do in the county if you're willing to do that can stall, vet out the system, review their plans, and we're gonna go down through them. I'm gonna point blank here. What a Texas County can do legally today. Under chapter 232, the Texas Local Government Code can regulate subdivision plats, roads, drainage, infrastructure standards, easements, related development. This currently is the strongest generally available county tool. The Commissioner's Court can require full subdivision plat approval, engineering drainage studies, road impact studies, utility easement review, traffic studies. They can demand that the revised plats be repeated if deficiencies exist. They can require compliance with county road standards. You can require fire access standards. You can require stormwater mitigation. You can require floodplain review. The question is going to be, well, how do I do that? You have a public works officer, director of the county, is that correct? I believe you do. This is their job to do this. The legal risks are minimum because these are enforceable laws that have been proven. I'll go ahead and say also, and I'll say it a couple more times, the Prairie Land Water District district in Cleveland covers Hill County. You need to get them involved in this. They can be the people that are your teeth. And you need to rely on them and their expertise. They've already regulated the water. The water is the number one issue that these plants are going to take from us. There are regulations. They can simply not drain the water underneath us. But y'all have to include them. You gotta ask for their review and their participation. I mean, you need to do that. Number two, you can refuse and delay tax abatements, incentives. Most of these hyperscale AI centers, they want a chapter 312 abatement, which is city school districts. They want a 381 agreement. They want an infrastructure participation. They want pilot agreements, sales tax rebates, economic developments, and you can simply say no. How many people in this room want to give these people tax abatements, pilot agreements, anybody here wants to give money to these people? Then your answer to them is no. And I applaud you for what you did a couple of weeks ago on taking a look at the tax abatement issue. This is a very easily defendable legal case. It won't cost the county a bunch of money to defend this. You're not required to work with these folks. Number three, you can require expensive road use agreements.
Lauren.
Yeah, Lori. The data centers are gonna create very excessive heavy loads on our roads. You can require road use agreements, oversized permits, bridge analysis, road bonds, drainage escrow accounts, turn lane improvements. And you say, well, how am I gonna do this? Guys, all you gotta do is put together a code enforcement, put a guy in a pickup. I'm sure the taxpayers will fund it, will approve you to do it, and write code enforcement on the side of it from Hill County and park out there on these places and write them tickets all day long. You do this by strictly enforcing the axle load limits that you already have or put in place. Restrict the haul routes, restrict the construction hours. These are all legally defensible. They don't cost anything to defend. Then you get into the bigger stuff that they really don't want you to do. Floodplain management, drainage reviews, bring the federal government in, FEMA, stormwater management. They don't want to do this stuff. You can require hydrology studies, large detention systems. We have a solar farm out there in our part of the county. There's no detention system. Their runoff just goes to a neighbor's place. And it's just not correct. They're supposed to control their runoff. You can do floodplain compensation studies, additional engineering review. One of the things too, and I'm gonna put in here real quick. There is reason for you guys to question the economic impact of this. This field where they're gonna do this directly dumps into Rocky Creek. Rocky Creek directly dumps into the Brazos River. Hood County used that to stop them because they're damaging the Brazos River. There's another thing that came out last night. It needs to be investigated. We apparently have a very rare firefly in our county. It may sound funny, but folks, the people of Colorado shut down all the crap that they put up with up there over wolves and barn owls and things like that. You got to have the stomach to do it. But we need to investigate the little fly. I like fireflies. I don't want to see them go away. And I'll tell you, if you Google it, it's directly affected by light pollution. Okay, moving on. You can lawfully require complete applications. You can table those applications. You can request supplemental engineering. You can make them pay for it. They have to pay for it to bring it to you. Third-party review, fourth-party review, fifth-party review, peer review studies. These are all can be done consistently and transparently, and it will stop this. They will go somewhere else. Comprehensive infrastructure studies can be done. Again, your road standards, your drainage criteria, your subdivision regulations. You can deny all county participation of any of our infrastructure. Make them pay for it, the upgrades, before they use it. Not with, oh, we'll pay taxes for 10 years and then you can fix it. No, make them do it up front. If they want to affect our county, it's not our job to pay for that. And again, y'all can just say no. If you want to build this thing, then you build the highway out there that's required to carry the loads that you want. Don't put it on us to do it. We can't afford it. Our county can't afford that. Again, coordinating with the groundwater district is very important. We got to get Prairie Land to sign off on this stuff. And there are cases and there's proof that these data centers have gone around with illegal pumping. They don't want to follow these regulations. And I can tell you, they cannot cool this system with groundwater. They have to have at least 3,500 to 3,800 acres to even get the $1 million a day, 1 million gallons a day of water. Okay. Other things you can do, you can bring down, and we all hate it. We all hate the impact of the state, the federal government on us out of this county. But you know, every once in a while you need them. You can bring in TCEQ reviews, TxDOT reviews, ERCOT reviews, FEMA reviews. For God's sakes, I can't believe I'm saying this in public. The Army Corps of Engineers needs to be involved in this. And bless you having to deal with them. Historical and archaeological reviews, again. Environmental assessments. I come back to the Brazos River, y'all. They are dumping into Rocky Creek, run straight down to the Brazos River. The chemicals that come out of these cooling plants are known. It's bad. It's bad stuff, y'all. It's bad stuff. You can require development agreements with extensive conditions. Again, the developer wants you to cooperate. They want you to give road access. They want you to give plat approvals. Don't do it easily. I think George Pittenger is next, right? On the list.
Mr. Pittner,
Yeah. You can negotiate noise limits. You can set generator restrictions. Don't let other people around the state tell you you don't. You can. You can do it if you have the will to do it. You can require decommissioning bonds. This is a huge issue right here. What do we do with this thing when none of y'all are in court anymore, 20 years from now? Who cleans up all these lithium batteries? The way you solve that is you simply ask them for a cleanup bond. You make them put the money up to clean it up. We don't want these things becoming another super fund. If you guys look into that around the United States, y'all, those are horrible. But these are huge lithium battery properties. It's this ugly stuff that they're using. These chemicals and these products they're using are not biodegradable. They're not just going to go back into the ground like our plants and our animals, you know, when they're not on with us. They're not going to degrade.
What happens when they catch on fire?
Exactly.
have your time, son.
And I'll tell you this too, be right there to tell you. You can issue a moratorium. Johnson County did it. Pass another resolution. You can pass a resolution, send it to your state folks every meeting if you want to. Okay? But I will tell you, I agree with you. Moratoriums aren't going to help you. So don't waste your time with those. What you're going to have to do is bury them in government regulation that they don't want. That's why they're in our county. They don't want to go to Dallas County. They don't want to go into Houston like this because they can't do it. Fort Worth shut them down over by Aledo. If you just Google look into the news. A couple months ago, they tried to do a sneak around in the Fort Worth ETJ. Found them, stopped them. Another concerns, and some of these may be redundant. Minimum setback requirements. You can put that in your plat deal. Guys, we need the setback. Last night I was at the city office. They had a 25-foot setback to a house. And they were saying, well, maybe do 1,000 feet, maybe. Guys, they need 2.5 miles around these things. Look up the data. It's not hard to find. You don't want to live within 2.5 miles of these things. Make them secure the land to stop the noise pollution. Okay. And make them have enough acres that they can even think about justifying their water use because they don't want to do it. They don't want to buy that much land. There also needs to be setbacks from schools, churches, hospital, public park, water wells, property lines. They need mandatory landscape buffers put around, visual screening requirements. You know, they need to hide these cooling towers, not just for looks, but for the sound that they reverberate off. The substations are noisy. The backup generators. You know, we spent the last 25 years talking about this gosh damn climate change crap. Okay? And you hear about that from everybody around, blah, 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 blah. Now all of a sudden it's okay for them to put 50 generators out there puking diesel into the air, you know, and we're supposed to say that's okay. It's not okay. We all know I don't care about the climate change, but we all know puking diesel fumes out in that kind of quantity is not good for anybody around it. So that needs to be looked at. The outdoor lighting spillover, again, I know you're limited, but the little fly needs it. So don't exhaust that until it's gone. Use that information. Mandatory wildlife, corridor preservation. You know, they're gonna displace 35, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 acres worth of livestock. Wildlife out there. They're just gonna go away. It's not gonna be there anymore because a deer can get up and go. We can't. Okay? Know that we'll never win the property value devaluation argument. For gosh sakes, guys, this is a real problem for all of us in this world. If you don't stand up to these clowns, there's not going to be just one of them, and that's going to be the other issue out here. They never come with one. This is a hyper scale plan. They potentially want 2 million square feet under roof out there, and maybe more. I mean, this is not a little bit. It might as well be a nuclear plant. It might as well, God forsake, it might as well just be a big old garbage dump. And don't even dig a hole anymore. Just start bringing trash over there. That's what it's going to do to us. Water use, I've already talked about that. Make them come up with their own water supply. Okay? I know there's a line that runs from Aquila to Cleveland through there. I don't know that I have anybody past that going to yield time. I'll wait. Well, I don't know who's next on the list.
You can give them your time.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
There needs to be the water use and water supply is very important. They need mandatory disclosures and it needs to be monitored, and we need third-party inspections on this. You cannot trust them. You can't trust them to tell you how many gallons they're using pulling out of the ground. I have a meter right across the street. I have a well, and Prairieland has some kind of technology tool, one of these things, I don't know, down at the bottom of it that monitors the groundwater level. They asked me if they could put it in when I drilled my well over there 5 years ago. I said, sure. You know, can't hurt. I'm glad it's there now because I guarantee you these folks aren't going to want that in their well. They need to demonstrate that they have their own source of long-term water. And they can't do it by digging a lake because they're going to restrict the water from their neighbor down the road. You know, there's going to be some fight there as well. The only way they can get the water to do this kind of project, they have to pipe it in. They're going to lay a pipe in you need to force them to get their own water. And you can do that. The Prairieland can do it. There needs to be annual reporting requirements for the water usage. They got to provide documentation, third-party review, put the pressure on them to do it. There needs to be mandatory water use providers. You need to have county access to all the monitoring data that goes along with it. These are things you can ask for, and they're in the list, y'all. They're in this list. The electrical infrastructure and power concerns. One of the biggest fantasy world things that I heard was ERCOT telling us this is good. They have all of a sudden fixed their problems, and they're great managers of our grid. Baloney. That's just pure baloney. We already know that our grid is strained. And the biggest problem, and I don't know if this is regulated, but for your own information, this is a purely supply and demand issue when it comes to electricity. When you got a big company sucking the electricity down, electric provider is going to see that, they can raise the prices. The problem is everybody else connected to that grid, prices go up. There is no way that our electric prices are not going up if they're connected into the power system. No way. We're all going to feel this. And I don't want to pay, and I don't think, does anybody in this room want to pay for their electricity? We need to figure out a way to stop this. Now, I guarantee you, they'll come back here with this big old pie in the sky thing. Oh, we'll do abatements. Again, the abatement story. The problem is, it lasts for 20 years. You never really see it. If you're going to negotiate with these guys, and I pray that you do, make them pay up front. Don't listen to their garbage about what they're going to do for us. They're not going to do anything for us. They're going to take the electricity that they need to run these things They don't care about the people around these facilities. They don't. And if anybody in our system is buying into that, they're just simply wrong. They're not understanding that this is not good for all of us. One of the things too that comes up, it's a huge deal. We have a fire at that plant. Who is going to fight it? Do we have the fire? Do we have the people, the equipment, the fire departments to go fight a 2 million square foot batteries fight? We don't. It's just not there. It's one of the requirements that you ask them, well, you're going to fund a fire department. Make them build a 5-stall fire department out there in the county that we all can use. That's got paid personnel 24 hours a day protecting us from that crowd. You can do that. Make them fund it. Because I don't want to pay for firemen to go out there and risk their lives dealing with a smoky, nasty battery fire. They're going to happen. We don't have the people. Road and traffic, transportation concerns. Guys, this is one of those things that you're just going to have to go to TxDOT. You're going to have to ask for third. We don't have to pay for this. You're going to tell them, I want to see your third-party traffic study. We don't need to contribute to any of this, but if you want the approval from the Commissioners Court, you simply ask them, I need to see the traffic study. And if you don't like what it says, I need another one. Okay? If there's something there you don't like, because you could say no. You guys can say no to those things. If you don't like what's in there, give me another one. Just keep, you ask for, one of the things that needs to be done out there, if they build this thing, right now, this solar farm is down a little old county road. And I'm sure we're having fun to, keeping it. I drove down there the other day, it's bumpy as hell.
Good shape, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. Turning into that facility off of 3049, we need turn lanes. All that needs to be planned and vetted out. If you're going to build this thing, there needs to be a massive highway construction project out there to widen that road and make it safe for all the people that are going up and down there with the school buses and going to work and doing other things. I'll take it some more time.
What's your name? Brenda, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Along with the transportation, you guys can require the road use maintenance agreements. You just have to ask for them. You got to demand it. Just say, if you want to come be a neighbor, then, I'll put it this way. My wife and I have owned land in Hill County for 15 years. We built a house last year out there. Did anybody in here, besides her, contribute to our house construction? Did anybody in here pay for my fences, my road, my well?
No.
Did anybody pay for yours when you built your barns and stuff?
No.
This is my point. They do not get a pass because they're BlackRock or Google or Apple. They're the richest companies in the world. Why do we need to subsidize that? Make them pay. We don't need them. We're doing fine without them. But if they're going to come be a neighbor, then make them go by the rules the rest of us have to live in this county. It's just that simple. I know some people in government up in state, they're all about this. Texas is going to be the next data center world. Okay, well then build them in Abbott's backyard. They don't have to do it here. This is our home. We can say no. And if you can't stop them from building it, then make them carry the brunt of this plant. We cannot give them 1 inch. Get everything that you would require from any of us and make them pay every penny. I do not want to subsidize, and nobody else in here wants to subsidize this mess. Moving on. Emergency access route requirements, developer-funded traffic signals, road bonds, escrow requirements for future repairs. This is a major deal that I keep hounding on. Escrow. Make them pay for the future damage. They can't start building until you give us the 25, 34, $50 million that you're going to impact our community. You can do that. You can you can make it mandatory that they put in an escrow account. The noise and vibration, you're going to hear about that from other people. It's devastating. I don't know if you can do setback, but guys, in order to live next to one of these things, you need 2,500 feet minimum. And with the hyperscale one, it may be more than that. Air quality. Emissions inventory disclosures, air quality impact assessments, restrictions on generator emissions, stormwater prevention plans, thermal discharge monitoring. This is a huge deal right here, is the heat that these things generate. This ain't, boogeyman stuff. This is real. They heat up the area around them. Somebody said 20 degrees. I don't know, but if it's 5 or 10 degrees, it's too much. But they become a big old heat source. And it's devastating to the environment, to wildlife, to people. Again, environmental remediation, bonding, escrow. Guys, they're gonna leave us a mess. That's the biggest problem we're gonna deal with here. You should not be required to clean this up. And the only way to even begin to face that reality is to make them put it in an escrow account. Make them put their money where their mouth is. Give us the money to clean it up if you want. Drainage, floodplain conditions, again, we talked about it earlier, but FEMA, the floodplain areas out there, the retention ponds they required, that whole landscape out there drains towards Rocky Creek. Again, it's just so close to Brazos River, guys. They're discharging the water that they use to cool several times, and it doesn't come out the way it came in. There's plenty of studies about the chemical and components that are inside of that water once they use it for cooling. It's a mechanical process. It's not healthy for people. It should not be discharged back into our water system. Should make them haul it off. The fire protection, emergency conditions, again, a full fire suppression system. They need to provide a fire suppression system. That's the first and foremost to help. But in order to do that, they're going to have large storage tanks to hold their fire suppression water. If any of y'all been around in any large industrial construction projects, they have a big water tanks on the job site or on the site that stores their fire water. Got to have those. Hazardous material response team. They need to come in and provide the hazardous training to our safety personnel. If we're going to be the ones to go out there, and I say we shouldn't be the ones to go out there. They should provide full-time hazardous team out there, fire team, safety team, emergency personnel, their own. We should not have to pay for that service. I got on here number 105, developer-funded fire station. Number 6, specialized fire training funding for our firefighters. Pay instead of depending on the volunteers, and I'm sure there's some of them in here that volunteer to fight our fires. I don't think they signed on to fight a 2 million square foot battery fire and breathe that crap and hope they live the next 30, 40 years if they're supposed to. The emergency communication system needs to be in place correctly that connects them back to our responders or police department or fire departments. And then it comes to this, the public transparency reporting conditions. We need public forums to discuss every single step of this. There needs to be one a month. Every one of these meetings needs to be on the live wire so we can all see it. And they may be already, I don't know, but that's a good step because you don't want to be in a situation where you don't feel like you're being, you don't know all the players at the table. That's why it's important that transparency is the biggest thing to help everybody take care of this properly. On top of that, annual compliance reporting, public complaint hotlines. I come back to the independent third-party audits, county audit access, public meetings before major expansion plans, disclosure of any tax incentives, which I say should be none, disclosures of affiliated.
I can see my time.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Wayne.
Wayne?
Thank you. Mandatory notice to adjacent landowners or anybody within the setback area that we would like to have, but if we can't get the setback area, there needs to be mandatory reporting to, I'm right across from them. Okay, look, they don't live there, but I have cattle ranch right there. And I wanna know when their next big venture is, what they got planned. I don't, I wanna be notified. This comes back to right here, I'm getting to the end of my list, no, I'm not. The financial assurance and taxpayer protection conditions, and again, these are in the things that I gave y'all this morning. We need a performance bonds for the infrastructure, escrow accounts for road repair, decommissioning bonds, environmental remediation bonds. Requirement for the developer to pay all fees. We should not bear one single fee. We should not bear one single third-party review. You guys should not spend one penny other than maybe a consultant to review what they gave you. That would be a good deal. Tax abatements, if they end up getting them clawback provisions, minimum investment thresholds, you stop it on how much, minimum job creation. They tout these big jobs, but really there's only 20 or 30 jobs at these things. And they're not local driven jobs, y'all. These are engineers, scientists, tech people. Now, I'm not saying there aren't people here that can have them and take them, but we're farmers and ranchers and, people that make a living out here in the country. It doesn't fit the mix of the people that we have out here. We're not going to get these jobs. They're going to bring specialists in from New York, Virginia, where they got thousands of these things, hundreds of them, and those people are going to transfer down here. It's not a good job creation deal. Again, financial guarantees up front for unfinished infrastructure. This is a big deal. Number 11, decommissioning and end of life conditions. I'm going to ask what I asked you last night. How many cell phones have y'all had in the last 10 years? Computers?
5.
Everybody's had 5 or 6. Okay, this technology is just that. It's a passing technology. If anybody in this room thinks that this is the end all to AI, they're just not seeing the big picture. Okay, there's a waste component in this stuff that's got to go somewhere, and it's not in our landfills. They don't know what's going to happen with it, which is a big reason why they need a mandatory decommissioning plan. They need site restoration obligations. They need hazardous disposal plans. They need utility disconnection procedures. They need time limits on inactive facilities. They can't sit out there for 20 years while we look at them. Soil remediation, groundwater remediation. You guys have seen them pull gas tanks out of gas stations for years, and they remediate that. That's one little hole. That's a 1,500 square foot area. You see the hole that thing does. It's going to be the same thing over here when they leak. It's going to be a mess. These things will leak. Let's see, moving on here. So I would ask, and I'm done. I got through all of it. Thank you very much.
I forgot to start your time.
Oh, good. Thanks. I appreciate that.
No problem.
One of the things you might do too, consider is forming a community board similar to what the planning and zoning does. So that, there's meetings that could happen, they could funnel back to the commissioners. Guys, I'm just asking you to listen to your constituents. Okay? We need to do what we can to slow this down. We don't want this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we're not going to get it, but by gosh, it ought to be them pushing up a 1,000,000-ton block up Mount Everest. It should be difficult. There should be no, come on in, there's coffee and donuts. No. And they have the money to fund their own stuff. Water is important. Noise is important. Quality of life is important. And I'm asking you to consider these things, and please review the list that I gave you. And remember, I know this, my last thing comes to money. One of the things I heard about it here was, or through here, we don't want to spend a bunch of money on legal fees with the county. Don't want to exhaust our money. I get that. That's why I went and found this study, brought these things to you. These are points you can win. Okay, you won't win on a moratorium. You won't, you can issue one, pass resolutions. You know, if the little firefly gets some legs, you know, that'll help. But you gotta have a system in place. You gotta get your public works director, please get them working on something, a plan. Tighten up your systems. You know, is it gonna make it hard for a subdivision to come in? Well, that ain't gonna hurt us either. Okay, it's not, but they can prove that they're not coming in with heavy loads. They got truck traffic or car traffic. You know, it'll be different. Please look out for our county. Y'all live here too. I know you do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Tim Wheeling.
Pass them out. Here, you don't mind passing them around. Thank you. My name's Tim Wyland. I want to ask a question first. Is there any representative from these AI data centers here today?
Mr. Wheeling,
Okay.
so you can address the board or ask to raise the hands, but no personal attacks, okay?
Understand?
Cool.
I want to, it's nice to have representation. Hopefully they'll get a chance to communicate with us and maybe give us some insight. My name's Tim Wyland. I own land here in Hill County. That solar panel farm that we've been speaking about today, is my fence line. You go over my back fence line to the west, there's a solar panel. The issues I'm facing is the extreme light coming off the solar panel relay station, the noise coming off of the cooling fans, and the reflections coming off the panels. Every day, I get it. They're not a big set of wind fans like we see over here. They're not near as loud as those, but still, it's changed vision my family, my brother and my wife there, had when we came to this. We own 58 acres, so we're not big time. I'm gonna do a couple of comments about history, and then we're gonna get into facts. All right, so when you start taking away my stars, I've been flying in the stars most of my adult life as a flight engineer in C-130s. My neighbors to the north, of course, like they're gonna sell their property to the data center. That's just on my other fence line to the north. So I've got this massive data center building coming on the north side of me, and I've got a solar panel farm on the west side of me, and I left the city for a reason, okay? I'm gonna ask you, when those folks who sell their land to us, or to the developers, which they have a right to do, they're infringing upon my rights. With that noise, with that lights, with that ugly sized building going on, I'm gonna say something John Wayne used to say, be honest, work hard, protect those who depend on you, and never back down from a fight you weren't looking for. So history of my family, real quick, like 22 years. I served in the Marine Corps, 148 combat missions. My grandfather was a First World War sailor. My father served 27 years in the Marine Corps as well. He did Korea and Vietnam. I did Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Iraq. My son served in the Pacific in the Marine Corps as well. So we're a service-oriented family. We're not farmers. This is one of the reasons I wanted to speak. I'm not a farmer. Yes, we're trying to raise a few cattle. That doesn't make us a farmer. Yes, we're kind of outsiders because we're only 5 years here in the county. I would like to think that I'm an honest man. I've protected my family for a lot of years, so has my family protected us. And I've protected the folks in this room by serving in the military. I'm not going to back down from this fight, and I don't start to look for anybody else in this room today who's going to do the same, okay? So let's jump into facts. Water usage. According to the internet, we did a lot of research and a couple of studies have come up. AI data centers, that's an AI data center, not a super AI data center, is using 15 to 16 million gallons of water a day. That's 5,475 million gallons a year. Where's the water coming from for this station? AI centers, suggest their systems are closed loop. According to the laws of the state of Texas on the Texas website, the Texas has no legislation water and the usage. Give you an example. AI data centers, we just said 16 million gallons a day. Covington, Texas, 6,700 gallons a day. Blum, Texas, 34,000 gallons a day. Whitney, 170,000 gallons a day. Hillsborough, 1,352,400 gallons a day. Total usage for the cities is 1,563,100 gallons a day. That's less than this AI center is going to use on a daily basis in a closed loop system. We talked a little bit about the toxicity of the fluorocarbons that they call forever chemicals. You can't take it out of the water. All right, Texas. We've got laws in the books in Texas that says we have the rule of capture. So the companies that are buying this property have the right, under this rule, landowners can pump unlimited water, even if it drains your neighbor's well. Provides them provided they're not wasting the water that they're using. Acting in, time's up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Jim Wheelan?
Remember to bring this up. Good morning, commissioners and residents. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a few minutes. My name is Kim Wyland, and I live off of the 1430 in Hill County. I'm married to that big guy that just spoke. We found Blum a few years ago, fell in love with it. We're patriotic, consistent voters, and have a deep faith in our country and God. Our dreams are to pass this ranch along to our kids and our grandson, something for them to inherit as it would grow in worth. But now I see that that is changing. The faith I had in local government, state, and federal government is cracked and eroding. As I began to read the many articles and found studies on the impact of data centers, I began to understand the far-reaching impacts. This isn't just about one landowner selling land. This is about a landowner who lives in an unincorporated area, selling land for high dollars to a company that will produce light pollution with a 5-mile light dome, affecting circadian rhythms, which affect the quality of sleep. That leads to the development of heart disease, dementia, as well as affecting the fragile migration systems and lives of the local wild and domesticated animals. This is about a landowner who will choose a company whose noise pollution will be over 65 decibels every hour of every day. 65 and higher decibels, even at rest, begin to immediately affect the cardiovascular system. That's the blood of our life. Restricting it means less oxygen, more stress on the system, limiting oxygen to organs and brain, leading to heart failure, dementia, hearing loss, vertigo, etc. This is about a landowner who chooses a data center that will use unimaginable amounts of water, not to grow crops or provide for cattle, but to cool machines. Machines cooled by engines that give off pollution that will not be monitored, and water that will be converted and disposed of how. And this water is a finite resource. We don't live in a lush area. We have periods of drought from months to years. This is about a landowner that will choose toxicity over his neighbors. This is a landowner that will be judged by God and is being judged by his community. This is a commission that is under the microscope now. These centers will be obsolete in 10 years with the daily advancement of microchips, generators, conductors, and then what happens? And while I'm speaking about the data center in Blum, there are more than a handful in the immediate area that are being considered. So think 1 times 8 and the level of concentrated impact. In rural areas, no one has to report the numbers or be accountable for water. No one has to be held to inspections. It's the perfect landscape for pirates. And if you don't take their offer, then they threaten to go around you or find another place, and how much better that will be because of them. We saw that with the solar farm, short-term gain, and then they're here and have a forever impact on generations of residents. Who will want to come here and live in Hill County with poisoned aquifer and polluted air and city lights and noise? And who knew that these things would affect health so quickly? I guarantee, because of the onslaught of the centers and plants being built and the amount of social media exposure that is blossoming like ragweed in the spring, people will not choose to move here. You're already losing taxpayers, but you are gaining a group of residents that have been sparked into fighting, and we're not stopping here. Someone has to start advocating and trying to get unincorporated areas to have a voice, to have the power to say yes or no. In 2026, no area in Texas should be denied the ability to regulate and zone out poison. I want us to have this power and I want you to have this power. And I want you to know that you will be watched closer now and that we have to push back at the state and take a chance and push the envelope of what is acceptable and make a stand for not for quick and easy money, but for the decades to come and the people you are here to protect. I'm troubled at the lack of resolve to fight for health and freedom as information about the enormity of these centers comes to light and the poison they give back. No one landowner should have the ability to change my health and my family's ranch and the health and the land of the neighbors throughout the entire county. Doesn't it bother you that your constituents' health and land and its worth are fading? Of course it does. I mean, I hope it does. Have the courage to fight the pirates. Don't take the easy way out. You have an audience now to help you and watch and work with you as you possibly have never had before. We need to slow down. We need to set a precedence to push the envelope to show how unincorporated rural Texas sets the boundaries for one landowner's right versus an entire water supply in the air we breathe. And there are numbers that I can email you guys where I cited the studies. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Woodland?
Thank you all for taking the time to listen to us. I too have handouts that I'll give you guys a handout for everybody. First of all, I'm Ted Weiland, the other third of the party over here that you've been hearing about. Also live in Blum I live in Covington on the Blum-Covington border. What I want to talk to you guys about today, and it's all here in this handout that I've given you, key concerns regarding large-scale data center development in Hill County and the surrounding rural areas. This briefing sheet outlines major concerns associated with hyperscale and AI-focused data center developments in rural counties. These issues involve infrastructure, utilities, water taxation, land use, emergency services, and long-term community impacts. Electrical grid and infrastructure impact, major concern. Modern AI and data centers consume extremely large amounts of electricity, often comparable to small cities. Potential county impacts, construction of major transmission lines across private lands, expansion of substations and utility corridors, increased strains on ERCOT regional infrastructure, long-term industrialization of rural areas, noise from substations and transformers, increased pressure for future industrial developments nearby. Questions for the developers. What is the total projected megawatt demand at full build-out? Is this only one phase? And if so, if not, how many phases is it? What is the additional transmission infrastructure that will be ultimately required? Will eminent domain be used for the transmission corridors? Second one, water supply concerns. Major concern, data centers may require substantial water for cooling operations depending on system designs. Potential county impacts, increased pressure on groundwater resources, aquifer depletion concerns, competition with agricultural users, strains on rural water systems, future conflict during drought conditions. Questions for developers. What is the annual projected water usage? Will the groundwater wells be utilized? What happens during drought restrictions? Is recycled water to be considered? Going back to that drought constrictions, I doubt if they will have to be subject to the same drought constrictions we will be. And that's a very major concern for all of us. Data centers generate significant construction activity, but relatively limited permanent employment. Potential county impacts, short-term construction boom with limited long-term job creation. Local taxpayers subsidized infrastructure for minimal employment return, economic benefits concentrated outside the county. Questions for developers. How many permanent full-time jobs will exist after the construction? How many jobs will be filled locally? What is the average wage of a permanent employee? Taxpayer and incentive rates. Major concern. Large tax abatements and incentives agreements may reduce the long-term financial benefit to local governments. Potential county impacts. Reduced effect on tax revenues. Infrastructure costs shifted to taxpayers. Future valuation protests by developers. Increased county service burdens without potential revenue growth. Questions for developers. What is the tax abatements that they are requesting? What public infrastructure improvements are expected at taxpayer expense? Will road maintenance agreements be required? County road damage and traffic, major concern. Construction traffic associated with a hyperscale facility can be extremely heavy. Potential county impacts, damage to county roads, bridges, increased congestion on rural roads, safety concerns for school and buses and agricultural traffic, dust, mud, and drainage damage. Question for developers. How many truck trips are projected during the construction? Who pays for the road repairs? Will haul routes be restricted? Permanent change to rural character, major concern. Large-scale industrial infrastructure can permanently alter agricultural and rural communities. Potential county impacts, loss of farmland, ranchland, industrial visual impact, light pollution, noise pollution, reduce property desirability nearby. Questions for the developers. What setbacks are proposed? Will lighting mitigation be required? What are projected noise levels for neighboring properties? Emergency services and public safety, major concern. Rural emergency services may not be equipped for specialized industrial incidents. Potential county impacts. Increased burden on volunteer fire departments, specialized response needs for electrical fires, transformer incidents, lithium-ion battery systems, fuel storage systems. Question for developers. What fire suppressions will likely be installed? Will the developer fund emergency response upgrades? What hazardous materials will be stored on site? Decommissioning and long-term liability, major concern. The technology lifestyle of data centers is often shorter than the infrastructure built to support them. Potential county impacts. Vacant industrial structures, abandoned utility infrastructure, long-term environmental liabilities, cleanup costs transferred to future property owners or taxpayers. Question for developers. Is there a decommissioning plan? Will the financial bond be posted? Who removes substations and utility infrastructure if the facility closes? Future expansion risks. Major concern. Many projects are built in phases and ultimately become much larger than originally presented. Potential county impacts, additional land acquisition, expanded substations and transmission corridors, more industrial users entering the area, increased cumulative infrastructure burden. What is the full anticipated, question for developers, what is the full anticipated build out? Are any additional phases already planned? What adjacent land is under option or being considered? Lack of local control, major concern. Texas counties have often limited zoning authority in unincorporated areas. Potential county impacts, reduced ability to regulate industrial sightings, limited enforcement authority after approval, difficulty protecting neighboring landowners. Recommended county actions, require development agreements, require road use agreements, negotiate water protections, require lighting and noise standards, require decommissioning provisions, conduct independent engineering review, recommended independent studies before approval. The county should strongly consider requiring independent review of traffic impact, water availability, noise impact, drainage, emergency response assessments, grid infrastructure, economic impact, and long-term decommissioning. Suggested commissioner position, large-scale data center development represents a major long-term industrial to change in communities before any approvals or incentive agreements are considered. The rest I need to. I would like to close you with just one last thought. Gentlemen, don't let our county be the next Dust Bowl.
Can I give him a pin back, please? All right. Lauren. I don't want to slaughter. How do you pronounce your last name? Ma'am?
Dukeman, Lauren Dukeman.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Well, I don't live in Hill County. I am a close neighbor. Our family has been ranching for 6 generations, about 1.6 miles from the county lines, in the data center. So the decisions that are made here will directly affect our family's well-being and livelihood. County lines don't limit air emissions, water impacts, traffic noise, or light pollution. So I respectfully ask you guys to adopt the temporary moratorium on the proposed data center so that Hill County can complete its studies and set standards and protect county infrastructure, emergency response capacity, and neighboring landowners before construction begins, if it has to. I would also ask that the moratorium apply to the full integrated project and that active construction be clearly defined so that major industrial facilities cannot move forward in phases, preliminary site work or through separate filings before county studies are complete. I'm not asking the county to decide today whether these projects should ultimately happen, but I don't think they should. I am asking to make sure protections are in place before the construction begins, if it has to happen. The part of Hill County I live near is rural ranch land, and much of it is Blackland Prairie. It is not an industrial site. If this project moves forward, the county should first evaluate impacts to rural roads, water resources, nearby homes, families' well-being, livestock, and habitat, like these guys have been saying. And after reviewing the proposed emissions from the Energy Center, I am deeply concerned for our well-being. The application lists 212 tons per year of particulate matter and 20 tons per year of hazardous air pollutants, and a lot more on that list. So how can we be certain that we will not be affected by those concentrations? Many families here who live in rural Hill County, because they chose the quiet landscape and how it supports their livelihood and their ranches. Large industrial development would permanently change that. The loss of grassland, increased light pollution at night, constant noise and pollutants from these projects, closures of family farms, these will not be easily reversed. So for these reasons, I respectfully ask you guys to approve the moratorium, even if there are litigation or legal fees like he mentioned. If it is adopted, will the county please make these engineering studies, mitigation standards, and any waiver requests available for public review? We need to make these decisions wisely and be good stewards of the land that we live on, because we've only got one chance to do this right. I also have a letter, my friend Olivia Hepner, she lives right on the right adjacent to the proposed site in Blum. She's at her kindergarten's field day today with her 2-year-old, and she can't come, but she says this: we must exhaust all of our resources to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Hill County is safeguarded. If they come after that, then we did all we could with a clear conscience. However, I'd like to propose something that could serve as a solution. She mentions a 391 commission is a regional planning commission of governments formed by local entities, such as counties, to study issues like solar farms, groundwater, infrastructure. Local concerns would be heard while coordinating with the state agencies. And she thinks that Hood County would join us and possibly some other counties. So she asked to please take this in consideration. So thank you so much.
Wait for me. Leland Limbaugh? Peter Ellis? You're next, so if you're in a spot, you gotta get out of there. They're working on it.
Morning, my name's Leland Limbaugh. I live in Blum, Texas. My property borders this site. My front porch is 1,100 feet from the property line. Right now, when I walk outside at night, I can see the stars. I can hear coyotes and lightning bugs are out there. All the things that people live in Hill County for. The high school football field is 2.5 miles away. At nighttime, I can hear the announcer. Whenever this thing's built next door to me, there won't be stars in the sky. There won't be any animals. Everybody that showed up here is against this. There's not a single person in Hill County that wants this. The only person that's for this is the landowner that lives in Arlington. I am begging you. No. We demand that y'all stand against this. In Van Zandt, the state fire marshal stopped this because the county didn't want it. Y'all need to reach out and have him help y'all. Whatever needs to happen, y'all need to do it. We are completely against this. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Peter Ellis,
Yes.
Hi, I'm Peter Ellis, and I'm from Foss Valley. I'm actually the guy that lives there, and we'll have the data center less than a quarter of a mile in his backyard, and we don't want it there. I lived for 11 years here. We moved from Clinton down here, quiet area, I want peace. My wife likes to have peace. We like the nature. We like our neighbors. We're a small little community. We're outside from Itasca. Traffic increased, we got new bridges in, we were, hey, cool, new bridges, but now we know why we got the new bridges in. Because Steve probably already knew that's the data center gonna come in, and you need all this environmental structure to support that. The data center will pretty close to families, there's families that cannot speak up because of their beliefs. We have a lot of Mennonites living there, they will not speak up because they can't. And they will affect it the most. We have a family of 10 living close to the data center. We just had another family buy the property right next to it. And that will impact a lot. It will impact the wildlife. We have owls over there, what's like the rare ones, and we have deers, we have everything over there, and it slowly disappears. You put the data center in there, what's gonna happen? It's the same what happened in Midlothian. I work in Midlothian for the Target Distribution Center for the warehouse. We have the power plant one door, and it's huge, it's loud. I work in the warehouse, we can hear the power plant inside. That's how loud they are. And we have Google who started small. Now they own the whole corner. They're even bigger than our warehouse and former Toys R Us warehouse together. So I see what a data center can turn to a big monster nobody wants to have in the backyard. And they will not stop. They will expand. I have family worldwide in Japan, Germany, Kosovo, France, and England. They all tell us, don't do it. We can see what happened to us and what happened to you guys too. And right now they're fighting it even in Europe. They don't want that. They even fight Amazon right now with their data center because it's a mess. It's an environmental mess. The water is already now, and to this morning, before I came here, Foss Valley Water released a memo, like on the Facebook page, that's we have to conserve our water, so there will be no issue for everybody. That should tell you right there, that is an issue there before the data center even shows up. And I've been there for 11 years now. We had the big freeze in 2021, I believe. We had a rollout every hour. I had to crank up my heat because I know the next hour there will be no power in the house at all. I had to pull out my generator, flashlight, everything, so we will survive. I had to help my neighbor out on the hill who passed away later, sadly, bring fuel up there for his generator so he will survive in his little shed. Our community is small, and I understand why they put it there because they think we don't speak up, because we're just a small community, but we big middle voice. We don't want it there. We want our peace. We don't want to use more farmland. Yesterday in the meeting, there was a lady, she said how much farmland taxes already last year alone. That should be alarming right there. That's why food prices going up, because more and more gets bought from overseas and get shipped up here. I buy local with HEB because keep buying local from local farmers. I support that. I don't mind to pay 50 cents more for a product what's grown by a farmer in Texas. The main issue what we have is first of all, light pollution, then the power plant, what nobody talks about, what's going right next to the data center, and you're putting it in Hill County, in his district. We're gonna have the smell, and it will smell badly, because I know, because the one in Midlothian, if this fires up, you can smell it everywhere, and that's not a good smell. And we just had issue like a year ago where we put all the human feces in all these fields as fertilization. We had to smell it for months. And it was unbearable. And now you want to put that monstrosity in our backyard. We kind of in Foss Valley have enough. It's really what it is. It's me and two other people here from Foss Valley. And we talk a lot. How's that? We're a small community, but we're tired of being put aside or left behind or whatever you want to call it. I come from a military family. I'm not putting my military services up there, whatever. I just am a normal human citizen in this county. I want to be left alone. I want to live in peace. I wanna watch the stars. Don't wanna have the light pollution, I don't wanna have the smell, I enjoy the owls flying by my house. I like to see the deers walking by, you know, it's what it is. We choose the country life for a reason. I don't want the city come to the country. You can build it in Midlothian between the warehouses, nobody cares. You have the infrastructure already there. I know what he put in here because that's a gas relay station and a power relay station right there on 66. We know that, we well informed. We know why you want to put it there. But what a lot of people don't know, a few years ago, we had a big rain weather system right on top of us, like for hours just dumping water. You couldn't even drive on 66 to April because the whole road was flooded. This water comes from us and will come through where the data center gonna be. They will be flooded. If we have something like this again, they will be underwater.
Thank you, sir. Jurgen? Carol? Okay. Couldn't hear you, I apologize.
I got a couple of copies here. Three. Good morning. Thank you for putting this on the agenda. Thank you for recognizing the importance of giving the community an opportunity to speak. My name is Carol Jurgen, and although I live in a neighboring county, my property is approximately 1 mile from the proposed project area, and I believe my family and property will be directly affected by these developments. There's 2,800 acres that are being developed or proposed to be developed. Based on the available information, the proposed Maypearl data center will be twice the size of Stargate AI data center in Abilene, 4 million square feet, with the ability to advance and grow. It'll consume more than the Meta Anatona AI Indiana Center, 1.4 gigawatts. At over 8 million square feet, the data center features 24 proposed individual 2-story data centers consuming 2.5 gigawatts and 1.2 gigawatt gas-powered electric plant. The electric plants are in your county. This site is split in half between Ellis County and Hill County. So that the generators are going to be in Hill County. My property lies downstream 1 mile from the proposed development area. My property lines are within the watershed of South Fort Chambers Creek. I am deeply concerned about the long-term impacts large-scale industrial energy and data processing facilities could have on our water, air, noise levels, and rural environment. My family depends on a private well for our water supply. Many rural residents in this region do. Large-scale industrial facilities can place enormous demands on local water resources, and accidents involving fuel, chemicals, wastewater, or battery storage systems can create risk in nearby watersheds and groundwater that may last for decades. Once contamination occurs, rural landowners often bear the consequences personally and financially. Please be aware, there is a documented history with the developers who own this land. So I'm like totally with Tim, who says, let's get some of that money up front. I also raise livestock for profit on my property. Rural agricultural operations depend on stable water supplies, healthy land, and viable environment. Industrial scale development can fundamentally change the character and usability of surrounding cultural property through increased traffic, noise, lighting, infrastructure expansion. I'm especially concerned about the continuous light pollution, industrial noise associated with these cooling systems and related infrastructures. These impacts do not stop at county lines. They affect neighboring families, livestock, wildlife, and overall rural quality of life that residents in this region have worked hard to preserve. I'm also concerned about the potential impact on surrounding property values. Many families have invested their life savings into rural homes, farms, and agricultural land based on the expectation of peaceful rural environment. Large industrial developments can alter that permanently. In addition, many communities across Texas have experienced rising utility infrastructure costs associated with rapid large-scale industrial growth. Residents should fully understand those potential long-term impacts before projects of this magnitude move forward. My husband suffers from asthma, and I'm concerned about the cumulative air quality impacts associated with this large-scale power generation. Backup generators and construction jobs, traffic emissions, industrial operations that may accompany these projects. Respectfully, I support the county considering this moratorium. I wanted to point out as well that all these issues violate nuisance laws. And it's not just neighbors who are, these are not just neighbors who are throwing a loud party. It's just like, so, well, thank you for your time. In conclusion.
Elizabeth Rogers. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Rogers and I live in the Maypearl, right at the Ellis County and Hill County border. And we share a fence with one of the proposed Freedom Center sites. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today to support the potential temporary moratorium on power generation and data center construction activities within unincorporated areas in Hill County. I'm here not just as a resident, but as a steward of land that has been in my husband's family for generations. Our family farm, recognized as the inspiration for the film Places in the Heart, is more than property. It is a living piece of the region's history, culture, and agricultural heritage. Today, that legacy and many others like it faces a new kind of threat. Data centers are not small developments. They are large-scale industrial operations. In rural areas like ours, they bring constant noise from power plants and cooling systems, bright lighting that changes the night sky, heavy truck traffic, and enormous demands on water and energy resources. These fundamentally alter the character of our rural community. The danger is not just environmental, it's structural. Rural counties like Hill County currently lack the regulatory tools needed to properly evaluate and manage these projects. We do not have zoning protections like cities. We do not have the same level of environmental review or infrastructure planning, and yet these are precisely the areas that developers are targeting. That puts counties and families that live in them at a disadvantage. We need a moratorium so that we can carefully assess whether projects like the proposed NRG Prairie Energy Plant in Eastern Hill County really does benefit the community. It must be determined if by allowing projects such as this to go forward, we risk allowing industrial scale development without sufficient safeguards for neighboring landowners, without protections for water resources, and without guarantees that land can ever be restored to its productive agricultural use. For families like mine, and for countless farmers and ranchers across the county, this is not theoretical. It's personal. It's about whether the land we pass down to the next generation remains viable, or is it permanently changed in ways we cannot undo? A moratorium is not about stopping progress. It's about ensuring that growth is considered, responsible, and respectful of the communities that it impacts. It's about giving counties the tools that they need to protect property values, safeguard water sources, ensure proper siting and industrial facilities, and preserve the rural character that defines Hill County. I urge this court to support calling for a moratorium and send a clear message to the state of Texas that rural communities deserve a voice and counties need the authority to protect them. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Michelle Moran?
Hi, I'm Rand from Whitney, and just going to throw out a few things. I think the transparency is very important. I think we need to have a recall on any decision made on this day. Have the data center come here to ask questions. We need answers. They need to answer the questions. For us to just tell us how we feel, we need answers. So I think that transparency has not been there for this. We can't even maintain our streets around this building. How are we going to maintain a $1 billion company coming in here? So we need to reconsider and, rethink about this, because we're not talking about one, we're talking about numerous data centers. So also, could y'all introduce yourselves and for the record and what y'all's positions are
Oh, yeah.
here? Because that
Yeah,
wasn't.
hold on, that wasn't done, you're
No,
right.
so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You apologize, I guess I assumed, huh? You know what that does. My name is Judge Brasso, I'm the county judge.
Jim Holcomb, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Larry Crumpton, precinct 2.
Scotty Hawkins, precinct 3.
Morgan White, precinct 4.
Tara Bassett, County Clerk, Chief Deputy.
She's taking our minutes. All right. Thank you for that reminder. All right, Charles Whitfield.
You bet. Hey, wait, thank you. So, you guys got lots of studying to do before you make a decision. I can go ahead and tell you from the things that you've been told about the solar farm that's there, that you weren't prepared for it to make decisions about it. One of the guys standing here in here owns land, and that water's running across his place. They just dug a ditch and sent it on down right into Rock Creek and the Nolan River and into the Brazos River. I know how this goes down. These guys have found one property owner and flashed a lot of money in their face. And they've taken the bait. They sent those letters to some of us a couple years back with promising 20% up. And then so on and so forth, so they could do their studies themselves. What they were trying to do is figure out how many people they could get on board to sell them land to do this before you guys had a chance to even understand that they were here. I'm gonna speak for Charles. He's lost most of his family on his property, right adjacent to this. And I'll go ahead and say it, Mark White and Sherry White are the owners of the property that's under this agreement. They laughed at him when he told them how it was gonna be hard for him to leave his home and that money couldn't buy his home. They laughed at him. And it was an evil laugh, and it's terrible that money has changed their persons. And that they would take their neighbor that's been a good neighbor to them all these years and laugh at him about his family. That's why I'm standing here. And I know what these guys are gonna do, and I did ask if anybody here was for a data center, and the sunbuck that's here for them didn't stand up and raise his hand. He's ashamed of it too, I would assume. I don't see his name on the list. He's not standing here speaking for all the great things that it's gonna bring to this county and this community, or the people that join this property. We already know that y'all have not been prepared to make a decision about this thus far. You have a lot of studying to do. You have a lot of people to call. You have a lot of teams to create to understand what you need to do before you can sign off on this. So those guys are gonna call you individually and beg you not to vote on this, and they're gonna call other people and offer us money, and that, you know, there is power in money, and I get it. And I hope nobody sitting at this table has been offered money to make decisions. But there may be some of you here that, and we all need to know this, there might be somebody sitting at this table that votes for this. They had our votes to be where they're sitting. And they need to know that if they vote for this data center, that they don't have our votes anymore. I'm gonna say that again. Does everybody agree with me? There's a bunch of people sitting out here that got the wherewithal to fight with their hands, their feet, their money, everything they got. And we're asking y'all to do the same. You are a representation of the people that are sitting here, not the representation of this business that's wanting to come in here. You owe it to us. Because our tax dollars pay for your salaries and your livelihoods and your living, unless it's been tainted by someone else. So I ask you to take the time to make a good decision about this and offer all of the things that you're doing to us to understand it. And like they said, we need to be able to come to these meetings. We need complete transparency. When y'all have closed door meetings with these data center guys and, you know, whatever it is they're offering and telling you, we would like to know in detail what is said. So that we can stand up and back you up. We're here to back you up to make the decision that we want. Tim's not just a farmer. He's been in industrial construction his whole life. What he brought you is not just passion from his heart. It's facts. And it's things that you may not understand because you haven't had the experience that he has out in this world, in this field. And he represents all of us too. And we want you to go through the steps that all these great people have brought to you today and make a good decision about that, please.
Thank you, sir. Alex, what's here?
Hi, I wasn't really prepared. My name is Alex Whitfield. I am the wife of Charles that Jack was just talking about. As he mentioned, my husband's family has had this land and we intend to do the same with it. We farm, we ranch, we have exotic game. All of that is to be carried on with our children. There are so many negatives to this that would directly affect us. Like I said, because we farm, because we raise cattle. There are some studies of yield grade on cattle and beef and that kind of thing. Aside from all of that, there are also studies for illnesses and things specified for children. The thing that we have here is these data centers have only been around 10, 15 years. That is not long enough for these long-term studies. That is not long enough to see how this is going to affect our children. They have done some on bone density for children, childhood cancer, all of that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, we don't know what this will do long-term. And if I can ask you one thing, it is please do not let the children of Hill County be the guinea pigs for these things. It can't happen and we don't need it. And so that's all that I have to say.
John Howard.
Thank you. I'm John Howard. I've grown up my whole life in Hill County. I've, with the help of me and my family, we've built a cow-calf operation just over here in Woodbury. We didn't get into cattle for money. You know, I mean, everybody knows there's no money in cattle. And it's a terrible business, but it's a wonderful life. And, I know that there's a lot of money that's coming and pushing behind these data centers. And for someone like me who's never had any money, it's, you know, guys got to think about it. But I'm reminded what the Bible says. It says, what is it profit of man if he gains the whole world and loses his soul? I don't know much about data centers, but through very smart people, my neighbors have been educating me about it. And I just ask that let's not lose the soul of Hill County. And that's all. Thank you.
Whitfield?
I think Tim and Jack said everything, know that I wanted to think about, so I yield.
Alrighty. Daryl McLean.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I also understand plans.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna come back up with some more cold, hard facts for everybody to consider. Please, there may not be enough of these to go around for everybody. But here is something that we all need to consider that live in this county and will live here when these guys are gone building this thing. I'm gonna start with what I'm gonna end with. There is one important reality. The useful life of technology inside of a data center is much shorter than the life of the industrial infrastructure built around it. That mismatch is one reason rural communities worry about being permanently changed by projects that are only economically competitive for a decade or two. These guys are here for the short term. They're developers. They're putting together a package for Pacifico and Cyrus and BlackRock. And they're here for the money. They do it for a living. We all have to make a living. Okay. But this is not the place to do that. We need to fight against it because it doesn't benefit us. It benefits the people that are funding it, the multi-billion-dollar companies that are black. You all look up BlackRock. They own it. They own what they're going to own this or being funded by these guys. So here's what I'm going to talk about though. What happens to these things when it's over? Okay. These data centers will become obsolete. The new AI chips that they're requiring dramatically require higher electric loads. The older facilities, which these will become old, will not support the new rack densities, the advanced cooling systems, the higher voltage distribution. The cooling technology will change. These facilities will become old. They will become inefficient. The cooling systems that they're proposing right now will not last. They don't last. This is like your dishwasher. Your dishwasher lasts you 4 or 5 years. It's the same thing with the equipment they're putting in this stuff, y'all. This is man-made products. They don't last. You have to replace them or they go away and build a new one. The newer facilities, when they come, these won't be viable anymore because there will be different fiber architecture. There'll be lower land and sea regional placements. There'll be larger switching capacities. The land strategies will change. These companies will relocate when they find cheaper power, better tax incentives, and cooler climates. They're not meant to be here. They're going to find a more reliable water access, and they will go to that place and pitch this thing again to somebody else. These servers have to constantly be replaced. The typical server life only lasts 3 to 6 years. The batteries last 7 to 15 years. The generators, they might last 20. The cooling equipment, 15 years or so before the chemicals eat them alive inside. What happens to the data center when it shuts down? Well, the problem is there's no single standard nationwide cleanup process yet. The outcome heavily depends on you guys and the front negotiations if you go down this road with these clowns. You have to make sure the local agreements are in place. The environmental permits are in place. I can't stress enough. You have to get bonds from these guys because I can assure you, the company that builds it will be out of here in a year or two after it's over. They'll sell it to another conglomeration and they'll water down what they sold and what they agreed to. And if you guys try to get a gas pad cleaned up after it's been traded 5 times, 6 times, it's the same thing here. They will not be here. That's why you have to financially lock them down. Okay? The equipment removal that has to be done over the years. Much of this equipment is going to end up in a landfill and it's not recyclable. The hazardous metal, the hazardous material handling alone, we don't have the people in this county to do it, y'all. You can't send the volunteer fire department out there. I'm gonna say it again. They're not equipped for this. The abandonment, removal of substations, fiber infrastructure, water systems, fuel systems, all this stuff's gonna become obsolete. It's gonna be in the ground. It's gonna be on top of the ground. It's just gonna be a mess. If you guys have ever seen an old industrial park, we have them in Hillsborough. Look, go down the industrial park. There's some of the old stuff down there. It's gonna be the same thing. One last thing.
Well, you have another.
Okay, good, even better. Thank you. What happens after they leave, and they will leave, y'all. This is like a computer you bought at your house. You're gonna buy a new one in 4 or 5 years. This technology will be replaced. We don't need to be sucked into this. Like it's something that's gonna last forever. It's not gonna last forever. They know it. The technology will change. It's probably changing right now. The economic viability of these data centers is going to change because they're too expensive to build. Economics will not follow this. They know it. I mean, I'm an investor. We don't invest in stuff that's just gonna peter out in a couple of years. But they work for the investors. So right now it's a hot topic. And that's why there's so many of them jumping on the bandwagon trying to build these things. One of the biggest problems we got too with these hyperscale campuses, this is very concerning to me as a rancher or farmer, a guy that grew up in the country. There's going to be hundreds of acres of farmland that's going to be covered in gravel and concrete foundations, asphalt, utility corridors. Never again will it ever be put back like it's supposed to.
That's right.
The only way it will get put back if they post a bond and put the money in escrow for future remediation. That's the only way you're going to handcuff them to this thing. They don't want to talk about the cleanup. No developer wants to talk about the crap they leave behind. They just want to sell the dream. And hear me on this. They want to sell the dream and they want to deliver the nightmare. That's what we're going to get. We're going to get it. These industrial plants like this do not belong out in the county like this. They need to be in places that the infrastructure supports the industrial product that it is.
That's it.
The reason they don't want to go there is because of the regulations they got to face. I'll say it again. They don't want to go to Dallas. They don't want to go to Austin. They don't want to go to Houston because those people down there have regulations this deep and they got a room full of lawyers bigger than this one. They come where it's easy pickings. Do not be enamored by, oh, it's going to be great for our county. It's just not. Again, I recognize that it's hard to deal with stuff like this. Okay? I'm going to ask you again. When you negotiate with them, don't give them a penny. Please do not give them a penny of our tax dollars and make them put in escrow real money that they can't claw back to clean up this crap when they're gone and to fund what the county's gonna have to do to support them. They don't wanna talk about these things, guys. They're gonna come in. I bet Hubbard never got that down there. They probably have, the fire department down there is not gonna get a penny out of these guys. You know, one of the things that's dear to my heart is the youth and the agriculture, 4-H, rodeo teams, things like that. I have been a supporter of the youth for 40 years. The only people that come to support those events, those sales, those baseball teams, they're us. You will never see a check from Pacifico Energy. You might now, because I said it, or BlackRock. They won't send a check to help your community stuff. They won't. They don't care about us. Stockholders are the whole shareholders and stockholders own these businesses and they're beholden to them. Okay, again, these things, they should be in industrial parks that we have spaces for them. They don't want to go there because they think we're chumps. They really do. They think they're going to go to Mayberry, bring an apple pie and smooze everybody into these plans.
They've already.
Please, I'm begging y'all, get the cleanup money, get the infrastructure money up front. Demand the infrastructure be in place before they move one piece of dirt. Don't let them drive on our roads until they paid to improve those roads. Make them do what they're gonna promise you they're gonna do with their tax abatements in advance. You can do that. When they're faced with the reality that they have to actually pay for what they're doing, then the economics will go away. Probably won't happen. They're gonna go to another county, somewhere else. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's what's gonna happen. Please, guys, do the work of the people here. Don't be beholden to companies that come here and want another handout. They don't deserve it.
Linda Polly? Okay,
Good morning, everyone.
good morning.
Today I'm here to point out the concern of the citizens of Hill County and them asking for meetings surrounding important programs to be placed at around 5:30 in the evening. On April the 29th, I sent you Judge Brazel and the commissioners making requests on behalf of the citizens of Hill County. And the reason I did that was because there was constituents constantly saying that they wanted to be here. They wanted to be able to be a part of the commissioner's court, but due to working situations, they could not do that. It was difficult for them to be a part of the Zoom because at work, they can't just leave their position and go and participate. And so, after not hearing back from you, then I sent another email. And your response was that you understood our concern. And but the timing of the meetings were an issue. And that it was due to different items of business that had to be taken care of in a timely manner after the commissioner's court. And so, once I responded back to the constituents with the response, so many said, well, were you not listening to us? And why was there an unwillingness to accept the request that we made? It wasn't that we were asking for you to have all the meetings in the evening after 5:30. It was just addressing specific items like tax abatements, pilot programs, economic incentives, guidelines for abatements and incentives, and development of data centers, solar farms, wind farms,
Bitcoin mining operations and battery storage facilities. And I mean, it's clearly issues that have impact each and every citizen and taxpayer. So we're asking again for the court to please reconsider our request. And we've gathered a petition that everyone is now participating in, just so that you possibly understand how important this is to all of us. And so then that leads to the next situation of, to begin with, we want to tell you how much we appreciate your action the last Commissioners Court meeting by rescinding the sixth tax abatement. And we really appreciate Commissioner Holcomb on you drafting the moratorium to try to put the brakes on these green energy projects. The question here, though, and with that is that maybe we pushed a little too hard and caused a rush to be made for us to please us, so that we would have this memorandum, you know, more quickly, sooner than later. But there's also a lot of holes within this moratorium. And it's got great points, but it's still missing what would make developers think Hill County is too risky or too difficult to invest in, which I think a lot of these fine people here that showed up today have made their point. And so what we're asking is that possibly today, when the item comes up, would you possibly consider tabling it? Would you possibly consider having a session where we did a workshop and you met with different constituents that are very versed in all of this? And I don't have to be a part of that. I don't, because there's so many people right now that are involved in trying to make a difference. You have Rita Beaving, and she is with the Texas Coalition Against Data Centers. Yesterday, she spoke at the Johnson County Commissioners Court workshop. You can go online and you can view it. That's the next person to be in that 5 minutes.
Gary Johnson. Go ahead.
And so we would just like to have the opportunity to make us not attractive. Make these corporations think that it's too difficult for them to come to Hill County. Because when it starts costing them more money to come here than what they're going to gain, we won't be attractive anymore. Isn't that right, Mr. Pacifico? Isn't that kind of how that works?
Ms. Colley, it's just
So
open.
anyway,
make comments.
so, and so, would you please consider that for us? And, then, I mean, I would like to tell all of you here, if you can find us a place at the Blum Fire Department, Itasca, we want you to know, the Texas Coalition of Data Centers, we want you to know, and to say Hill County group, you are not alone. We have got people that can come and talk to you. We have got people that have this outline. We've had people that have been successful. So just because they say the deal's been cut, I mean, these deals are going away every day. And the basics of what we have is, all we have is each other. And so I think we've shown here today that we have now come together. And God does work wonders. And sometimes we have to walk through the wilderness in order to get to the Lord. And I really believe that that's where we are right now. So all you have to do is reach out to us. We will be at those meetings. And I encourage you to all go to the Lacey Lakeview meeting that's going to be on the 16th at 6 o'clock at the Ross Fire Department. It's important that we all band together. Ellis County's been showing up for us. Lacey Lakeview's been showing up for us, so it's important that we show up for them. And today, this afternoon, I'm going to speak to another group. And so, so I'm just saying, hang on, you know, and don't give up. And thank you for all showing up here today. Thank you. Your Facebook group that people can get on, say Hill County.
Miss Autry?
Coalition of Data Centers.
Melissa Autry?
No, no, you're done. Yeah. Melissa Autry, Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson, I live in Bynum, Texas. I've been directly affected by the windmills. I got them less than 1,000 feet from my house and I just,
They can't hear you.
I'm Gary Johnson. I live in Bynum, Texas. I was directly affected by the windmills that are currently being built. And I just bring those up because, this gentleman who's brought a lot of good points up today talks about, clawbacks and things like that. And the tax abatement that you guys wrote, there is no clawbacks, I mean, you put these things 1,000 feet. I lost $100,000 in my property value. And I've gotten, proof of that. So this stuff does affect our property values. It affects our way of life. I've got animals that are sick. My children have had breathing issues. We've constantly been out of the doctor from all the dust. The dust mitigation has been, horrible. I've reached out to Judge Shane in January, and he did say, man, there was a tax abatement. I could do something. There was a tax abatement, and you guys did nothing for me. So I would say, even if we do set these things in place, y'all got to stand behind it. Y'all got to do what y'all, I reached out to Martin Lake. Even one of the guys that next there was like, hey, we'll put some 30-mile-an-hour speed limit signs. We'll do some extra things for dust mitigation. This guy tells me it's against the law, we got to do better. You guys got to work together. We don't just need one of you. We need all of you. And I'm just saying, I've been impacted. I come out here from Dallas. I grew up there. I didn't even like my kids to walk down the road. I got out here. I got 2 years to enjoy my property and it was stolen from me. I got people recording me. I've had one of these guys try to run over me. It's totally changed my life. So even when those things are in place, you guys got to stand behind them, all of you together. We depend on you as a whole, not as, hey, if you didn't do it, I'll nudge him in the shoulder like you told me. You got to work together. So I give my time in.
Thank you, sir. John Lovelace.
I yield my time to the next speaker.
Mariah Costa? Sorry.
Good morning, and I intend to be very brief. My name is Mary Costa. I've been a resident of Hill County for the last 35 years. Not my entire life, but I love it like it's my entire life. I think this is now my 5th meeting that I've been to and spoken. I appreciate the direction the court's going very, very much. I would like to encourage you to hold workshops and meetings after 5:30 so that working citizens can attend. You have a big group here who can help you. We want to help you. We want to work together to save our county. I've raised my family here. I've got one child back in Hill County and another hopefully trying to get here. It's got to be a place worthy, healthy for our grandchildren and future generations. And if we could get you to have the meetings to where we can work together, to go to Austin, because I know you're limited on what you can do, but we can go to Austin and lobby our legislators, talk to people in power. That's how we can fix this. I appreciate your time and please keep that in mind in the future. Thank you.
We're good. We're good. Everybody good? Keep going.
Recess.
I figured somebody was gonna need to go to the restroom. We'll take a 2-minute recess. We're not gonna turn off the live, so it's gonna be rolling. Or 5 minutes, I guess. I'll give you 5 minutes. Just for a bathroom break. And we'll start right back on the list with Kathy Latham would be the very next one. Again, IT, don't turn off the live. Yeah, I forget. Yeah.
We are for.
Very good now. Yeah.
No, not very much. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's not at the speed. No, that's not at the speed.
Right there.
Lights on.
Oh, no, that's not
Is it okay if I look to see where we're down on the list we are? So we're almost to page 2. You're. Oh, these guys already checked off. Okay. Honest word.
And that hole's still in the culvert underneath the road. I'd like to have to fix more in the public.
I had a quick question. Is this list just the stuff that the people that are talking are the ones that just signed up? Because I signed up online yesterday. I signed up online. I put my name on the list yesterday, sent an email because they said we needed to have.
Yeah, we have a deal. You send an email?
I sent an email yesterday, got a confirmation. Phillips. Very bad Phillips. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, no, not all right. What's online? We got quite a few online. I'm gonna move to the last. I'm gonna move to the last. Double person out of the. No. I'm gonna move. I think we should move. Then I'm the number 7 to number 1. Because that's why everybody's here. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Steele County District Commissioner report, still in regular meeting.
We're ready.
All right, it is 10:39. We will go back into open forum with Kathy Latham. Ms. Latham, go ahead and come on up. Again, 5 minutes. Please, no
See you in a couple of minutes.
no personal remarks.
My name is Kathy Latham. I'm one of y'all's neighbors. I live right on the county line. I go to church here in Hillsborough. More importantly, I'm the new Texas Director for HumansFirst.com. And now I just want to let you know that Hill County is now on the national eye. And we can be a resource for y'all if you need help. We have a national, fighting for AI, and now we're targeting data centers because that is the heart of AI. My heart is for saving kids. And as you know, kids have been dying because of AI and chatbots. So, but we are now fighting AI centers, data centers. And so HumansFirst.com is a national organization. I am the Texas Director. And if you want to know more about us, you can go on HumansFirst.com and we can help y'all in anything that you need to help get information. If you want to help to write stronger regulations for the county, etc. So when I get home, I'm about to get on a call and give them an update about Hill County, Texas. And I am a native Texan. I love this country. I love our state. And we've got to save it. We've got to save our resources. It's time to fight. And I love to see that this county is fighting. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
Charles Maley?
Oh, it's the next one.
Charles Maley?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank y'all for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Charles Maley, and I'm a sixth generation Texan from a ranching family. Family has property in Bosque, McLennan, and B County. Professionally, I work as a rural issues property rights advocate and consultant, and I have personally lived through neighboring wind and solar type projects. Not had the privilege of dealing with the data center at this point, but that's, I'm sure, yet to come. I'm gonna ask that we not let fear drive our decisions, get the facts and make reasoned decisions. You may not like everything I have to say this morning, but I hope that I cause you to think. Virtually every week I get a call to enter the fight against a data center, a power line, a municipal water project, a pipeline. There is no end to the challenges faced by rural communities. We have heard many concerns and questions this morning that are very reasonable and should be addressed if possible. But knee-jerk reactions have long-term unintended consequences. Passion is great, but fear drives short-term, short-sighted decisions. Today's rule that protects is tomorrow's rule that enslaves you. You may think that county level zoning will never affect your problems because you are not doing anything wrong. Only those guys are. But what is the definition of doing wrong? We all know that opinions change, elected leaders change. We have witnessed when those new leaders tell us that up is down, left is right, only to reverse next election. Many of you choose to live in rural communities because you ran from the burdensome rules and regulations of municipalities. Freedom is a double-edged sword and must be used as such. We heard this morning that farmers and ranchers don't like this idea. We don't want to lose productive farm and ranching. But people moving out of major metropolitan areas into rural communities like this, and the infrastructure to support them is taking away more more productive farm and ranch land than anything else in our state. Dirty water discharge was mentioned. Runoff issues were mentioned. Dairies were run out of Central Texas because they were thought to be polluting the Bosque and Brazos River system. It turned out it was wildlife and municipalities. What impact does your farm's fertilizer program have on local streams? Should you be limited for the good of those downstream, especially those that prefer organic, glyphosate-free production? Again, it's a double-edged sword. We have to be careful what we put in place. And I'm not against glyphosate production and fertilizer on your farms. I understand the need for that to feed the world. Tim brought up a number of other points this morning in no particular order. One of them, the endangered fireflies. It's a great defense until a green president comes into office and uses it instead to shut down farms and ranches, or nighttime games on soccer fields, or outdoor safety lighting, or whatever purpose he might have for that particular species. Endangered Species Act is a true double-edged sword when it comes to farming and ranching. Electricity is a supply and demand issue. Make sure that they don't pull electricity off the grid, he said. What about a fire? We should make them build a fire department. Make them improve our schools, our EMS systems, make them pay for roads, make them pay for studies, make them pay for community upgrades. What I heard was Tim describing making data centers be a good neighbor, not no neighbor. He outlined all the many improvements that the county could benefit from a good neighbor data center or other business. Because we have other businesses that come to our communities as well. We want them to be good neighbors. You all agree that you don't want to fund this. We should not have to pay for any of their costs. But what about feeding the system that you oppose? Who has a phone today? Everybody in here raised up some type of iPhones. Who use social media today to fight this data center? Who you watch Netflix this morning or last night? Who used Google? Who bought a tractor with GPS guidance this week? Who's grazing cattle with satellite collars today? Who's watching wildlife on a cellular camera? Please don't feed the dragon if you want me to fight the dragon. In my desire to save as much of rural Texas as I can, I have had to pivot to how to train a dragon, whether it's a pipeline or a power line or anything else coming to this state, because our state citizens and leaders want to live in a modernized, civilized society with an expanding economy. Society at large does not seem to be willing to quit feeding the dragons. Your Texas governor and legislators have invited businesses from around the world and granted billions in tax breaks. We are, for better or for worse, going to grow. We just need to make sure that we all get some benefit from that growth.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you.
Hannah Buford?
Good morning. My name is Hannah Buford. I'll be really honest, I didn't plan to speak today. I was gonna give my time to someone. My name is Hannah Buford. My name is Hannah Buford. Okay. My name is Hannah Buford, and I'll be really honest, I didn't plan to speak today. I came just to watch and kind of start to gather information and data about the data center. But what I've realized is Mr. Linus has made amazing points. Mr. Merrill has made amazing points. They've done all of this research. So I'm not gonna inundate you with any more facts that I've, Googled in the past few days. But what I am gonna say is I want to tell you a story. Okay, so my husband and I grew up in agricultural homes. We were FFA members, 4-H members. That's our livelihood. That's how we want to raise our boys. Now, we are not cattle ranchers, farmers. We are your everyday middle-class workers. I work for a public school. He works in the agricultural industry. We have fought and scraped the nail to buy our couple of acres in Hill County, right? We are your everyday people. Our story is the majority of your Hill County citizens. And if this data center comes to Blum, our home values will plummet. We have equity in our home right now because we have saved, and my husband built our house, and we have worked for almost 10 years now to build equity and to do all of these things for our family needs and to raise our boys in a rural setting. If this data center comes and our home values plummet and our utility bills skyrocket, how are we supposed to stay in this rural setting? And from listening and reading, this is happening everywhere. So my concern is you are running your citizens out of Hill County if you do this. You are running out your people who want to have a rural and agricultural lifestyle, who can't afford, a cattle ranch operation. We will be ran out. That's going to impact your schools. That impacts your taxpayer base. So I'm just asking you to please consider this, because the majority of your voting citizens of Hill County are your middle-class working Americans who have fought to keep it this way and fought to be in the agricultural setting and out in rural America. So what I'd like to close with is, if the data center does come to Blum, you're running your taxpayers out of Hill County. your properties will be devalued, our utilities will skyrocket, and this is the new gentrification of the land, right? If we're no longer urbanizing our cities, we are making them desolate because of data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Rhines? Rhines.
Thank you, everybody, for letting me speak. Real quickly, just for clarification, we're not with Pacifico. We don't have any relation to the planned data center in Blum or the one in Maypearl that have been referenced. That said, I am a developer out of Ellis County. I'm a neighbor. I own property in Hill County. I own property that I am trying to develop a data center location on in Hill County. And I also own agriculture and recreational hunting property in Hill County. So I want to say I'm not going to be your typical developer that's standing here in front of you. I'm going to have a few things that are going to sound like the party line, but at the same time, I want to say I'm a neighbor. I actually own property very close to the planned data center in Maypearl. We don't stand to gain at all from that. Truthfully, we're probably adverse impacted from it. I got into developing data centers to take a different approach to this. Most people are coming in and saying this is all BlackRock, big money. I've decided I can't make a change in my own community or anywhere by digging my heels in and saying no to everything. So how do we embrace where we are as a country, where we are as a state, where we are as a community, and impact real change by implementing. I agree with a lot of things this gentleman said. There's a lot of things people could do that could make data centers more secure and make people feel more comfortable. They're just not having those conversations. And so we formed our entire plan to try to do this type of development responsibly. And so there's a lot of comments about water usage. We are requiring anybody buying our site to use a closed loop system. It's not perfect. Not only will they not use millions of gallons of water a day, but the water is largely for fire suppression to prepare for that. And then literally bathrooms, drinking water, and, you know, occasionally janitorial cleanup. There are things that you can do to embrace where we are as a community. So somebody else said it. Every single person in here has a smartphone. I'm a hunter. I have 6 or 7 satellite cameras that I look at on my phone. I'm a part of why we need data centers. And so are everybody else. And truthfully, nobody wants them in their backyard, but they're not going to go away. So how do we impact real change? We actually learn, we educate, we use Google and AI to find out all of our data on data centers. I agree with this gentleman. Have some conversations, put some safekeepings in for our community. But digging in our heels and passing a moratorium isn't going to stop anything. And what that does is that starts a really slippery slope, because we all stood here and pledged allegiance to this Texas flag, state of Texas, one and indivisible. That's not Hill County. Hill County is a part of it. Ellis County is a part of it. Johnson County is a part of it. And as soon as you restrict development based on one asset type or one class type, you're taking away our Texas rights. Next, it could be hunting. I camp with my children and I hunt. You could be saying a stray bullet goes in the ground and that's lead poisoning and we don't want it anymore. As soon as you, as elected officials, pass blanket restrictions across all of us, it impacts all of us. And today, what they're asking for benefits the majority of them. But tomorrow, it'll be on the other side. The next council, it'll be on the other side. And so, you know, I'm yes, this is self-serving. I don't want the moratorium to pass, because there are people who are trying to do it responsibly and ethically and actually make a change. Because if we come and we do it efficiently, then we're prohibiting someone else from coming in and taking that same power, that same gas, whatever that is, and coming in and doing whatever they want with it. And so I ask that you remember, this is Hill County. We are all Texans, but Texas is bigger than each one of us. And a lot of people fought for a long time for the Texas Constitution that gives us, as landowners, rights. I'm not a Hill County voter, but I'm a Hill County landowner. And I wouldn't stand and oppose anything that anybody else wants to do with their property here, because they have that same right. I'm not opposing the Maypearl one. It will adversely affect affect me, but I'm not, because that landowner has the same right that I have to utilize my property however I see fit. That's inside the law. And it's your job to govern that as best you can. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Philip Delia.
Okay, there's that.
Good morning, everyone. I've been in Hill County my entire life, north, south, east. I know several of you here at this table. I agree with a lot that this gentleman said, and a lot of other things that people have said. One thing that he said, I agree with. People can do what they want to with their land. That's what we have. That's our right, correct? Absolutely is. Until regulation stops it. And everybody knows that. Regulation stomps on small businesses all the time. Stops them from doing what they want to do all the time. So here we have a massive business going to cost billions of dollars, and we're talking about stopping it. How do we stop it? If we can stop small businesses due to regulation, why aren't we putting regulations in place to stop these big businesses that impact everybody's life in this room? It doesn't make any sense. I know for a fact you have sat in on meetings discussing water crisis across Texas, closed door sessions, trying to find solutions to a massive problem that no one's talking about out in the public, correct?
They're not closed door meetings, but I have sat in on many meetings, yeah.
It's a massive crisis across the state, correct? It's a real problem across the state, correct? That is a fact. We have a data center that's going in Blum. We have one in Whitney. There's one in Hubbard. There's one in Maypearl. There's land being bought right now in Malone for these data centers. What's going to happen to the water? I understand what this gentleman's saying in principle about the wastewater being pumped in and utilized within the facility. They're not going to store 1.6 million gallons of water a day. It's not going to happen. There's going to be wastewater that is involved in these systems that they can't do anything with.
That's right.
Where is the regulation on water? The data centers going up in Somerville County, do you know why they're there? There's no restriction on air pollution or water. That's why they're there. To stop these people, these developers, they're here to be educated just like us. They are here to put together a comprehensive package for the people that you're investing with them. Let's give them something to go to their investors and say, look, this is all the red tape that's tied to these projects. Get them out of here. They're here to be educated just as we are. Give them a fight so they do not come to our areas. All the solar farms, I hate to say it, y'all can throw rocks, boots, shoot me, whatever, I don't care. I've been involved with some of these solar farms. Not proud of it, but I've been there, so I can speak with education on these. They have ruined our roads. Scotty, how much did they help you fix your road? Who was the person that stepped in to help you fix what they ruined? Nobody funded anything that he did. Y'all are seeing these, all the sheet flow that comes from these terraces on these farmlands that they're eliminating them. All the terraces that have been put there by the local farmers to stop the watershed, it goes directly into the rivers. Where are the people, the environmental commission to find Hill County on that? Luckily, they're not here. What happens whenever? I'm sorry, I don't mean to point y'all because y'all want anything else. What happens when there is a lithium fire? What happens whenever there is a waste contamination spill out at these facilities? They're next to water. They are next to the groundwater, the wells that they dig. What is the contamination? What's the level of contamination there? And what's going to stop from running into the river, into our drinking water? It's not. If we have all these data centers here sucking up our water, because there is no solution today. There's proposed ideas for sure, but there is no solution that anybody can say this is going to stop the problem. So we need to put those in place. If Hill County goes dry, listen, I'll back up. I know that for the last 25 years, Hill County has been trying very hard to make it enticing for people to move into this county. I think everybody will say that. And I think that it's quite easy to see that people have moved here from out of state and everywhere else for why. What do the people of Hill County say? What do people like you in your situation say to people? The taxes are cheap here. Cost of living is low. It's a good place to come live. There's no water. What this lady said right here, you're kicking people out of the county. What are you going to do then? You're going to have these massive structures that are doing nothing. with taking up land. Pass the regulation. People have the God-given right to do what they want to, and that's phenomenal. But regulation for quality of life is what government is supposed to do. That is what government exists for. God is here to support the quality of life of the people who voted for you, correct? Regulate, people can do what they want until regulation stops them. Let's stop them.
Thank you. Amy Thiel?
Okay. I first spoke against the Hubbard Data Center abatement issue earlier this year based on the high taxes that residents are already paying and the lack of transparency that Nexus demonstrated when they explicitly prohibited recording of their town hall last November. Since then, the county has abandoned abatement negotiations, so I presume that means that with all the tax revenue and money Nexus brings in, these people can expect a tax break moving forward. ESD1 had placed on the county ballot 2 tax hikes this past November, a sales tax increase and a property tax increase. The sales tax increase passed, the property tax increase did not. We know that the ESD is planning to run that tax hike measure again in November because they tried to put it on the May ballot, where the lower voter turnout just might have imposed another tax hike on most of the people in this room. That Hubbard Data Center revenue can go toward the ESD1 budget instead of the ESD bringing their property tax hike to the ballot. Try to get that worked out before this August filing deadline. Speaking of elections, we have another election happening this month. We had a party primary selection in March. Most of you won your bids for re-election and will advance to the November general election. We have municipal elections on May 2nd. If any of y'all had ISD board elections, I hope you voted, because 93% of the eligible voters in those local races did not. We are now gearing up for a primary runoff election this month. Not everyone in the primary election received 50% plus one in their election. Notably, the Republican Party primary runoff ballot in Hill County looks like we still need to decide the U.S. Senate race, the AG race, the Railroad Commissioner, Court of Criminal Appeals Place 3, and locally here in Hill County, the Commissioner Precinct 4 runoff between Alan Autry and David Gelsthorpe. We had 27,424 registered voters for that party primary, but only 7,329 Hill County residents showed up to cast a vote. 26% of voters decided who the rest of the voters will get to select from on the November general ballot. We are seeing today how elections have long-term consequences. Votes back in March will determine how this commissioner's court proceeds over the next 4 years, and this runoff election will determine who else carries the people's voice forward on these issues for the next 4 years. The Commissioner Precinct 4 race had 3 candidates. Incumbent Martin Lake had 2 challengers, Alan Autry and David Gelsthorpe. In that race, only 1,304 residents in Commissioner Precinct 4 showed up to vote. 383 people voted for Martin, 396 for David, and 525 voted for Alan. But that was a 3-way race, and Alan did not get 50% plus 1 of the total ballots cast. 102 people who showed up to the polls skipped that race. Now we have a runoff facing an electorate where not everyone quite realizes what happened or that there is a runoff at all. If y'all know anyone in the Hill County Commissioner Precinct 4 area, that's including parts of Covington, Itasca, part of Hillsborough, Mertens, and the communities of Files Valley, Carl's Corner, Irene, Brandon, Mountain Springs, Midway, Loveless, Eureka, Mayfield, Osceola, Turner, Iverson, please call, text, email, or knock doors like Paul Revere, alerting them to go vote. Voting starts Monday. We expect an even lower turnout in a runoff than there was in the main primary. The only people who can't vote in this Republican runoff are voters who cast ballots in the Democratic primary. You do not have to have voted in the main primary to be eligible to vote in this runoff. Early voting starts Monday, May 18th. It is a short window of time.
Early voting is only Monday through Friday, and Tuesday, May 26th, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. will be your last chance to voice who you want to be on your ballot in November. There are 3 places to vote early in Hill County. Hubbard VFD and the Huron Annex in Whitney out near White Bluff will be open 8 to 5 Monday to Friday. The third early voting location is the main early voting location, Covington Street Annex, right down the street behind Brookshire's in the same building as the DPS officer and elections administration. The main location will be open for voting from 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Please get your votes cast ASAP. We are not promised tomorrow. Election day on May 26th, 7 to 7, you will have to vote in your local precinct that day. You can find that list of voting locations on the Hill County Elections website. Is that my 40 seconds or whatever?
No, that's 5 minutes.
Oh, that is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Van Barnes.
I'm blaming Bob. But I've asked this question before, the other meeting. What exactly is the purpose of a data center? The only thing I've ever seen is they're collecting our information. Well, I don't know if any of y'all have ever read the book, 1984. It was a sci-fi book, but I got it's coming true now. I mean, if I want somebody to know my business, I'll tell them. I don't want some AI to come and get and find out everything. That's like, they put in that solar field 3 miles to the south of me. Well, I couldn't sleep last night because of all this going on and thinking about it and everything. My house is slab, it's built on a slab, it's not pure and beam or anything like that. 4 o'clock this morning, I was laying there and I thought, my God, I feel like I'm in a cheap motel the way my bed's vibrating from the solar field. I can't hear that well, but I can hear a humming sound all the time. The lights. I live from my gate to my house is a half a mile. I live that way because I like my privacy. We're not gonna have privacy anymore. When I've seen pictures where these data centers are, and it looks like Dallas, or Fort Worth, with all the lights and the noise and everything. If I wanted that, I'd move back to Dallas, and I left Dallas 50 years ago and swore I'd never set foot there again. But we don't need this, we don't want it. I raise cattle, I don't want my cattle to be out of brain because of these, they say that those data centers are windmills and all that kind of stuff, they don't do it to animals. I mean, we don't want it. Please, y'all. Do what the people want. I mean, we're not a bunch of addle-brained children. We know what we want. We don't need somebody to make up our minds for us. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Donnie Hunter.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I appreciate that. I've lived in Hill County for 31 years and worked in Fort Worth. The drive was worth it because the quiet farming county, it's just beautiful. It has so many resources, and the agriculture and the environment is enviable from any point. If you live in Fort Worth and you're coming this direction, the stress just flows. It is so much better. Each year, the Canadian geese fly both north and south in the springtime and the fall, stopping in our pastures, our croplands, our tanks. The monarch butterflies, they migrate through our county. They take time to lay their eggs there and pollinate our crops too. They are a beauty to behold, and we anticipate their arrival every year. Our county has a beekeeping community that enables our crops, trees, and wildflowers to flourish. These bees have become an agricultural asset being sold in stores and in farmers markets, around our squares even. Have there been studies to investigate how the sound of these generators will affect the bees and their production? We need bees as much more than data centers because we have to eat. Recently, we've had to deal with the ugly side of solar panels replacing the green grasses and the wildlife migration through our county. The hawks, the caracara birds, the buzzards, they can't hunt underneath those monstrosities. There's rodents, there's rabbits. That's what they eat. They have to move. They have to go someplace else. This has the potential to increase the population of the coyotes. The deer that used to graze with the cattle in those pastures have moved on too. The lights from those areas have also taken our beautiful starry skies away from us. Now our county is facing the data center invasion. These centers will not only exploit and attack our privacy, but our way of life, our farms, environment, water, electricity, taxes, and beautiful landscape. The noise that will be affecting the noise will be affecting our people and nature. The noise could cause stress to the producibility of our livestock, our chickens, our cattle, our horses, anything that we're going to be eating. Has there been a study on this? I don't know. Could this cause our wildlife to become more aggressive in their survival instincts? Not to mention, these centers will also cause our already disintegrating roads to become even more dangerous, and they are very dangerous. If you come across Red Hill, it has no shoulders at all. The road is like this. You have a trailer load of hay or livestock, you're endangering yourself, your livestock, your hay, and the person on the other side of the hill coming through there. People pulling the mobile homes that are moving in, coming across those hills, it takes the whole hill. And there are no shoulders. There's no way for you to go any of this down. So if you have to hit the shoulder, you may die. And for sure your load is going to go overboard. Neither the state nor the county can keep up with the damages the 18-wheelers are causing on our state and county roads. This Texas heat is not conducive to these heavy loads being traveled through here. Many of the state roads have no shoulders to make the way for the extra wide loads for the construction of these intruding unwanted data centers. Please do not elect data centers and solar panels to take over Hill County. This county is popular for a reason, and it is not for the data centers or the solar panels. The constituents need your support. Please step up to this challenge. I was advised to contact Angelita because this commission didn't have the power to make these things work, but you have the power of the people behind you. And you can use Angela Orr to our benefit too. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Robin Montgomery.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Everyone in the room, those of you who have an ink pen, I'd like for you to pick it up. Commissioners, I'd like you to write this down. I'm here to speak about the truth that no one is talking about. This is House Bill 49. Take note, everyone. House Bill 49. This was signed in 2025. And water has been a major topic of concern today. And basically what House Bill 49 does is it shields oil and gas companies, landowners, and water treatment companies from liability if treated produced water, which is basically oil field fracking wastewater, if it causes contamination, if it causes personal injury, including death, or property damage after it's sold. So our Texas legislature passed this bill, and it basically sold any liability for water contamination out. The oil companies are no longer responsible for it. This absolutely sets a precedent for what data centers may be able to do with their wastewater. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I can tell you, my hands are shaking because that scares me. And it should scare every one of you as well. So, you know, when the centers are built, it will be too late. So my next question is, who would bring such a bill to Texas? Well, I have the answer to that question as well. Republican member of the House of Representatives, Drew Darby, District 72, that's in West Texas. He proposed House Bill 49. And Mr. Darby also serves as the chairman of the House of Energy Resources Committee. He chairs also the Energy Council, a nonpartisan organization that consists of over 12 states, which discuss critical energy. And also, he's an advocate for data center development in West Texas. Are you guys seeing the picture I'm seeing? Okay. So, you know, even worse, who would approve such a bill? Our current legislature did. Then Governor Abbott signed it. So I'm just here to tell you that our fight goes so much deeper than our cities and counties. Big tech is a major contributor to many campaign funds for our state legislators. The ones that are supposed to represent the citizens of Texas. I challenge every person in this room to do your homework, to look to see which officials are promoting and standing with big tech. And our voices should not only be heard locally, but as well in Austin. If they don't bring action that protects our water, protects our health, protects our natural resources and our environment, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to cast your votes differently. It's time, it's past time. Yeah. So before joining the legislature, Drew Darby was an attorney with the firm Jackson Walker. The people proposing passing laws in Texas, they're well studied. They're not making this easy for Texans. So in the meantime, I ask all of our local officials, I beg of you to please stand with our community, and I ask you to please do everything in your power to protect the lives here, to protect your fellow Texans, your neighbors, your friends, your very own families. And whenever, you know, the idea of data centers came up, the first thought to my mind is, well, moratorium sounds great. But lo and behold, guess what? 2025 Texas Legislature. Again, House Bill 2559. They're adding more red tape. They want to make this hard for us. So let me ask you something. If you're doing the right thing, if something is so right for Texas, why would they legislate to make it so hard for us to protect ourselves, to protect our water?
Amen.
Something is going on beneath the surface, and it is it's in our legislature. So, you know, I'm speaking on behalf of legislative reform, you know, from every level of government, from the cities, from the counties, all the way through our state. You know, so let's talk about House Bill 2559. So sorry. So this is new legislature that was signed in 2025 that makes it harder for moratoriums. Used to, we had to give 4 days notice for a moratorium. Now it requires 30 days notice. It also requires that you give public engagement. Sorry.
I apologize, but
Yeah. I
I
have one closing statement. I ask you guys to sign the moratorium because that's how laws change.
Thank you, ma'am. What's your last name? Yes, ma'am. I couldn't read it, sorry.
No, you're
Yeah,
good. I scrolled it down, so. Okay, give me just a second. Okay. So Hill County touts the calm and tranquil environment. It's a beautiful place for families to be raised and for people to live out the last years of their lives. It's something that I've always been told. It's a retirement community and a place for families to come and find some place where they belong. But the state the city's in today just saddens me. I see sewage backed up on streets in town. I see streetlights that aren't taken care of. And those are promises that the city says will be taken care of with data center money. But I don't see how that's gonna happen if you're only talking about water lines being repaired and things like that, when sewage hasn't been a statement or any concern at all that I've heard brought up anywhere in any kind of communication. So, I've hoped to see newer developments that have made the city better, and there are some, don't get me wrong, but this is a step in the wrong direction. My first question pertains to the underlying pollution that comes with construction and daily usage of data centers. So it's severely understudied, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that it's not good for the 1% of Blackland Prairie that we have in Hill County to give it up to data centers and to other huge forms of conglomerate data control. So I just wanted to ask, what procedures and regulations will be employed to reduce not just the impact of environmental pollution of data centers, like our endangered species, fireflies, numerous other birds that migrate through this area, but what is also being done to reduce the impact on the residents of Hillsborough and her neighboring communities by their development? I understand that people have the rights to their land and do what they want with them, but this is also impacting their neighbors who don't have a say in what happens or how these noise pollution and light pollution and water pollution will impact the quality of their rural farmland or other things, backyards, places their children play, local parks and things like that. So my second question is in relation to the delicate balance Texas has found in a changing climate. People are moving to Texas now more than ever. You've heard everybody say here, people are coming here because this is a quiet, nice place to raise a family and live. But how can we handle the demands that are put on the Texas power grid and on us specifically? I've seen 2 power outages in the last 3 weeks that come from rain or just natural issues in town. I had an hour where I didn't have any lights in my house for no reason. Didn't hear anything about the city from it. So 246 people died across Texas during the 2021 freeze. And it doesn't seem like data centers tapping into these power supplies are going to help us. So what can communities closest to these data centers expect in cases of environmental phenomena like freezing, flooding, drought, and fires? What plans do you have in place to circumvent blackouts and water crises the state has seen in communities like Amarillo and Corpus Christi and Abilene? These are real concerns that people have and that we need to address before you guys just decide to start building things. So the impact of data centers is critically understudied, but it's deeper than just being noisy or causing water problems. Water is life. By inviting facilities that reportedly use 49 billion gallons of water in 2025 in the state of Texas alone, I don't see how that's supposed to help what Megan Henderson said was 400 million gallons of water in the city of Hillsborough being dumped onto the ground, just wasted. How is that supposed to help us at all? Even if it's just 1 million or 5 million gallons that a data center would use. It doesn't seem like it's going to help us very much at all. So the people of Hillsborough have been consistently uninformed about the environmental impacts city officials made. I understand the city needs money, but the statement that money will fix all our problems is something that's just facetious. It's not the answer to everything. And if it was, it would have changed something a long time ago. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mindy Ramsey, sorry, mess. Mindy Ramsey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not my first time to do this. My name is Mindy. I'm a semi-retired nurse with over 30 years experience caring for others. My husband Chad and I made the decision to leave the city and move to Covington because we were searching for a quiet, peaceful place and a safer, calmer way of life. We found that here in Covington, it became the perfect place to build Safe Harbor Equine Sanctuary. A sanctuary that I started dedicated to rescue and caring for special needs horses and donkeys that have already experienced hardship and traumas. I am here to respectfully ask you to reconsider the construction of this proposed data center near our sanctuary and our community. While I understand the desire for growth and economic development, this project brings serious concerns regarding safety, environmental impact, and the preservation of our rural way of life. Our horses and donkeys absolutely depend on a calm, stable environment to heal and thrive. A large industrial data center would introduce constant construction noise, increased traffic, bright lighting, and ongoing operational disturbances that could create extreme stress and safety risks for the animals in my care. These are not just animals to us, they are living beings that deserve peace and protection. There are also concerns for people who live here. Data centers require enormous amounts of electricity and water resources. They often involve backup generators, heavy electrical infrastructure, and increased fire risks in rural communities like ours. Emergency response times can already be limited. Bringing a facility with these potential hazards so close to homes, farms, and animal sanctuaries is something that should be carefully reconsidered. Most importantly, many of us choose to live in Hill County. We live in Covington because of its peaceful nature, open space, and quiet atmosphere. We came here to escape the congestion and industrialization of the city, not to bring it with us. I ask you to please protect our community, our animals, and our rural character that makes this area so special. Progress is important, but it should never come at the expense of safety, compassion, and responsible planning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Julie Waters?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Julie Waters and I'm an attorney. I live in Dallas, Texas, but I grew up in Crowell, Texas. It's a town in West Texas that has 769 people. And yesterday I was there in my hometown. I was born and raised in Crowell, Texas. My parents still live there. And I attended a county commissioners meeting and they are fighting the exact same thing. Frontera is a development coming out of Dallas. They want to build a $40 billion hyperscale data center in Crowell, Texas. We don't have a hospital. We don't even have a grocery store. But they want to come in and build what is being built in Abilene. Abilene has 2 huge data centers and they are straining. That city is I have been there. I drove there. I drove around the Frontier Data Center in Abilene. You should see the number of trucks that are hauling rocks, water, all the construction there. When it is time to let out, every 15 minutes, starting at 3 o'clock, they're letting out 150 cars and trucks at a time. The traffic around Abilene is a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. So at the meeting yesterday in Crowell, the big issue that came up over and over again was water. I saw ranchers, cowboys, who have lived on the land for generations, get up and break down in tears because there is not enough water in Crowell for their cattle. Crowell residents are limited to 2,000 gallons of water per month. Frontera comes in and they have told us that, like you, they will have a closed loop system. And in that closed loop system, they will be using 50,000 gallons of water per day. Per day. So residents in Crowell can only use 2,000 gallons per month, but a data center can come in and use 50,000 gallons per day. Is that right? When we have water restrictions, I live in Dallas. I can only water my lawn twice a week. Farmers and ranchers in Crowell, Texas are having to haul in water because they have no water in their wells. Greenbelt Reservoir is at 6.7% capacity. Texas is in a water crisis. The little water that we have, it cannot be going to data centers. Crowell will become extinct. This county will become extinct if there is no water. And so I am here today. I got up, I drove this morning. I have driven all over Texas. I am a proud Texan. I went to Texas A&M. Thank you. I raised livestock. I was in 4-H. I may not look like the rest of you, but I am as Texan as they come. And that's why I am here today. And so what I want to do and encourage you, this moratorium can change the landscape of what is happening in Texas. So yesterday I took the long route home from Crowell. I ended up in Granbury. I went through Seymour, Alney, Mineral Wells, Graham. I stopped at 3 Alsos before I got to Granbury, okay? And everywhere there was data center, either construction or related infrastructure, solar farms, battery energy storage. It was everywhere. It is changing what rural Texas looks like. And that is not right. That is not right. So back to the moratoriums. I have been able to leverage social media to shine a light of what's happening in Crowell and what's happening in rural Texas. If you pass this moratorium, you will be standing out as a leader for the counties in Texas, standing up for their people for what the Texas legislature is not currently doing. And we need that. You are our hope. So what you pass today, I guarantee we can get that out to every county. And if anybody in the state wants to come after you for standing up for your people, they will have to stand up to everybody. And every county, you will not be alone if you pass this moratorium. I can guarantee you that. Because Texans are mad. Texans are mad that data centers are coming in like a locust. Like a locust. And they will devour everything green. You won't be able to see the stars, the Big Dipper, Orion's Belt. You won't be able to have fresh air when you step out in the morning when you're herding your cattle. And it's going to be the hum of data centers. It is going to be AI surveillance, watching us, tracking our every move. And so I just urge you, pass this moratorium today so that the rest of the state can follow.
Lowell Williams.
Lowell Williams, Williams Ranch. I ain't gonna bore you with all the statistics and all this. Tim and Jack and my neighbors have done a hell of a job on that. I'm on 67 and 1430. Right next to where this monstrosity that Mark White's trying to sell his land to. I'm directly affected. 3rd generation rancher. Family ranch. 4th generation is waiting on me to kick the bucket so they can take over. But if developers like this man that's working in commerce comes in, they're going to kill my property value. They're going to raise my taxes. They're going to kill my electricity. They're already going to deplete my water well that's already hurting, as you've already fessed up to. We're in a crisis. I'm all the way to the Trinity and I'm sucking air. Wow.
Same.
So that is going to hurt me even more. I ain't gonna have nothing left to give my 4th generation. Or the 5th that's coming up behind that. There's 4 of them right now. We're gonna have more. I ain't got nothing left to leave them. I'm already being taxed to death. This is gonna cause more taxes because we're gonna have to build the roads back up. Hell, we just rebuilt 67. Past year and a half. Thing looks like it's 10 years old or older. Right now.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm not in front of, well, you're not your court, but drunk driving, already swerving. So that's the problem. I'm directly affected. You're gonna kill my cows. Well, I say kill my cows. You may not kill my cows, but they're gonna lose weight. We're gonna lose the bees, all this stuff. It's directly going to affect me. I help elect you guys. I am your constituent. There's at least 100 people that couldn't show up that had the same ideal as me. We need this moratorium. If it's so great and it's gonna be so good, if we put a moratorium on here, we have time to research it. And if that Mark White Family Trust property is so great and lucrative, that man will wait. My daddy did not. My daddy did not make impulse buys. My wife, on the other hand, impulse buys. But he taught me, do not make impulse buys. The Barnett Shell came out. I got 6 crap wells on the back of my ranch. They ain't taking care of it. It's changed hands a dozen times, half a dozen times since Quicksilver put them on there. Dad's seen instant money. It's a hard cattle market. Yeah, you're aware of it. I've been in your court. Yeah, you know the Williams name anyways. So we need this moratorium. That way we can do some more time studies and give me and my neighbors a chance to figure out how to get a grasp on this. And again, that man will wait because he's making a business out of this. I'm trying to feed you in our already hurting beef market. Go to Walmart, go to H-E-B. It's killing me. I can't buy cows. Hell, I ain't got enough meat. So I'm trying to support feeding that man. He's a recreational hunter, he said. Where's that deer, turkeys, and all this other gonna go right next door to me that I have come across my valley every morning? Where are they gonna go when that monstrosity goes in? They're gone. He can look at his satellite cameras all he wants. He ain't gonna see nothing but light. Yep. That's it. I ain't got nothing else to say. Thank you, please.
Deborah Weary.
Good morning. I guess it's still morning.
So far.
I wasn't raised in Hill County, but I got here as fast as I could. My husband and I bought our ranch 30 years ago. We raised bucking stock. I have more testosterone ranch than you can imagine. But what happens when that's gone? What happens when my cows don't produce anymore? Or they produce deformed animals? Have y'all done a study that can tell me what is going to happen to my animals? Can you tell me what's going to happen to my land underneath my feet? Can you tell me what's going to happen to my chickens that gives me fresh eggs every day? Who's going to reimburse me? Who's going to pay for our animals that get sick?
Probably very good now.
Yeah. Who's going to pay when we get sick? Who's going to pay for it? Something has got to be done. This has got to be stopped. We don't want it, period. We don't want a bunch of rules and regulations. We don't want it in our community. Period. Period.
You got plenty of time.
I want to tell y'all, I've been reading about this for years and years. This is not about data centers. This is about taking our land away and pushing us into the cities so the government can control us. That's all this is about.
Jenna Isaac.
I'm gonna yell my time.
Oh. Story, sure. Don't start yet.
No, I go.
Thank you. As much as I appreciate you standing up here and saying you want to do it responsibly. Why haven't I heard from you? How come, and what does that mean? What does that mean? There's no regulations.
Just address the court.
Okay,
Thank you.
there are no
There you
regulations. Absolutely no regulations. They're putting in their own water treatment system. They're gonna dump that into our shed. What does that, I mean, what does that really mean? And when I told you there's a history here,
there is a history here. They have this. They are part of an asset management group. They've got this land divided in between Wise Asset 1, Wise Asset 2, Wise Asset 3. Now, I don't know exactly how all this stuff works, but I know Wise Oil and Gas went bankrupt after an oil spill that destroyed a family's life. So what keeps them from doing the same thing to our community? So that's a huge, I think, consideration. He's been here 20 years on this land. I've been there 30. The people around me are like this other gentleman, hundreds of years has been in their families. And the other thing that I would just like to say is that we need to organize. MaplePearlDataCenter.com is a place that you can go out there. We'd like your name, your address, your phone number. Our communities, not this county, but Johnson County and all the other counties need to organize as well. You know, we have to support each other. We have to figure out going up the chain what we need to do. This is literally, it feels like an invasion. It's a gold rush. It's a land grab. And these data centers do not belong in our rural communities. There's gotta be, I mean, look, we are all in the matrix. If you've got a phone, we're in the matrix. If you use Google, you're in the matrix. They're probably not going away forever. We probably do need some development with them, but there's got to be a responsible way of doing this that's not going to impact so many landowners. And I don't have the answers, but we're really calling for you to help us figure out what those answers are. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Teresa Orr, Casca Orr.
Yes, Teresa Kashik, or my family has a farm between Penelope and Malone. It's only a small farm, 173 acres. My parents bought that farm in 1954, the year before I was born. I was raised on that farm. I worked that farm. I know how hard farm life is. My friends didn't get to, the people around me, all of my friends, we worked farms. We did not get to go out dancing and partying. I know how hard farm life is because, again, I spent the first 19 years of my life on that farm, working the farm. I didn't like it at the time, but I want to tell you one thing, because we worked from from dawn till dusk. My dad was very dedicated. He loved the property. He loved land. He was born and raised on a farm, and he raised us the same way. He raised us to appreciate the land, to appreciate animals. I don't know. I'll just tell you what a farmer is in my eyes. A farmer is an agricultural scientist, a mathematician, a business manager, a multi-machine operator, a mechanic, a conservationist, and he has to know how to navigate the market prices. A farmer must have strong work ethics, intense dedication, adaptability, and a deep passionate love for land and animals. That was my father. A farmer must also be patient because the outcome of his crops are dependent on the weather, and his income from the crops are dependent on the market and the health of the crops. I watched my dad stay up countless nights worried about what the weather was going to do, whether the crops were going to make. There were 7 people in my family. Okay. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because wind turbines, solar farms, and data centers are robbing not just our farmers, but all Texans and Americans of our farmland, and are making it harder and harder for farmers and ranchers to compete. Farmers are facing the high cost of diesel, and now there's a shortage of fertilizer. These man-made monstrosities are totally destroying the beauty of our God-created countryside. Texas will no longer be a tourist place. Nobody wants to come and see data centers, solar farms, wind turbines. My oldest son lives in Odessa. What do I see? Once I hit a certain point, all I see is wind turbines. That is not attractive to me.
I think if we're gonna give tax breaks, we should give it to farmers and ranchers. They're our food producers. They should take precedence over these billion-dollar wind turbines, solar farm and data system companies. They're the ones who are robbing us of our land, our water, our electricity, and our health. Who's really gonna benefit from these structures and all these tax abatements? It's definitely not the citizens of Hill County or Texas or even America. Please do your research and think about what kind of legacy you'll be leaving our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren with the decisions you make. Money isn't everything. Family, friends, farmland, clean air, plentiful water, no strain on our electrical grid, forests and wild animals. These are what's worth standing up for and protecting. In case you didn't know, Texas is a critical stopover for 98.5% of North America's migratory birds species and a premier destination for migratory butterflies. And what about our bees? Without our bees, they pollinate our crops. Without our bees, we have no food because there is no pollination. And I've seen that our bee population has decreased in the last few years. To me, that's very sad. Now I'm going to make a confession. I do not live in Hill County. I own with my siblings the property in Malone. My grandparents, my maternal grandparents lived just southwest of here on a farm. So when I say Ross, I don't know how many of you are familiar with what's going on in Ross. We're talking about the Waco Data Park, Center Park. It's not Waco, it's my little town of Ross. I live a mile as a crow flies from where they're wanting to put this thing in. We found out in November that this was gonna be going on. We didn't know anything about it. There was all secrecy about it. And I'm just gonna say, InfraKey is the company that is going to try to build on that 520 acre in a residential area, okay? InfraKey is looking at building a data center in Hillsborough, in Kaufman, Waxahachie, and Cleaver, outside of the one they're trying to build in Ross. This company just established themselves in March of last year. They're realtors. They're just gonna purchase land, try to get people to purchase the sites, and then they're gone. That seems to be the history of most data centers. I would just like to say that I want to quote some scripture, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Romans 13:10 says, love does no harm to a neighbor. And Philippians 2:3-4 says, do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit, not to your interest, but to the interest of others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Haley H. Thank you for writing the pronunciation. I would have messed it up.
Hi, my name is Keely. I didn't expect to come up here and speak, so most of what I'm gonna say is a direct quote from this information that I'd like to present to you guys today. So, do you guys remember how the citizens reacted when the city raised the water bill? That was pretty recent, so I hope you do remember. Do you remember the prices of electricity during the grid failure in 2021 and how people reacted to that? I mean, I'm only 23, but I understood what was happening. So my question to you guys, do you understand how a data center offsets the cost of energy onto citizens? Yes or no?
Who can't respond?
Okay, cool.
Sorry.
Great. So if you don't, I'm here to tell everyone, this is a 45-page paper from Harvard Law published in March of 2025. I would love to have printed it out and given it to all you, but the title for you guys, if you please write this down, I implore you to read it. It's called Extracting Profits from the Public, How Utility Ratepayers is us, by the way, are paying for big tech's power. Published in March of 2025 by Harvard Law. So again, I didn't expect to speak, so most of this stuff is directly quoted from the paper. Sorry for that now. But in case you guys didn't know, because I didn't know, because I recently became a first-time home buyer in 2024, so I did not know most of this stuff. but the US legal system bestows a significant economic advantage on investor-owned utilities, which are for-profit companies that enjoy state-granted monopolies to deliver electricity costs. This is not just in the state of Texas, this is all over the US. Monopoly service territory and regulated prices are designed to facilitate earnings growth. A utility is insulated from many ordinary business risks and shielded from competitive pressures. Essentially, what this is saying is that the prices that they set are just for their benefit. They are not for the benefit of us. Public utility regulators, or as referred to commonly as PUCs, are the small shield that is supposed to protect the public from predatory prices. Doesn't really do much because most of it goes off of cost causation. It's a guiding principle in rate making that dictates consumer prices should align with the cost the utility incurs to provide services. What does that mean? They just have to base the rate off of the rate that it costs them to provide the electricity. So essentially, whatever rate they want to pay, they justify it on, hey, this is how much it costs us, and this is the profit that we want to take home at the end of the day. That's what that means. So it's important to know, this is a long quote, guys, I'm so sorry again. Uniform, stable prices provide predictable revenue that motivates investors to fund utility expansion. Rate regulation typically insulates investors from many ordinary business risks by putting ratepayers, us, on the hook for the company's engineering, construction, or procurement mistakes. For instance, regulators often allow utilities to increase rates when their projects are over budget. The utility rarely faces financial consequences for missteps that would cause businesses that rely on competitive markets to lose profits. I mean, you guys have been hearing a lot from people with their farms that are going to lose money from this stuff, and that falls on them. The electricity grid, that falls on us, just to put that into perspective for you guys. When a utility expands its system in anticipation of growing consumer demand, it typically seeks to include the capital cost of new infrastructure in its rates. So, for example, again, first-time home buyer. So I had to set up energy for my house. And if you've ever looked at your energy bill, there's just like a utility cost just to use the electricity. That is determined by how much money they want to make off of you. They can just put whatever they want, and that is just, there's no protection really for us on any of that. So this approach has facilitated population growth and economic development by forcing us to subsidize new infrastructure that will allow residents and businesses to receive utility delivered energy. And then it's a long quote. I would love for you guys to read it and see how whatever they're promising you that they're gonna do for the city, we're gonna pay for it. And this shows exactly how we're gonna pay for it. They're gonna tell you that they're gonna make the grid better and that they're gonna do what have you to improve everything. It's gonna fall back on us. And I hope you guys consider reading this because it really has a lot of great information to protect us, because they're gonna go behind our backs and they're gonna raise rates for us.
Okay. Amanda Russell? Amanda Russell? You got it?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Ms. Russell.
I don't have a whole lot to say, but my health is not well. And I am the way that I am because of environmental toxins in my workplace. And it's been a struggle for the last 15 years. To keep going. My body is fighting itself. And I just want everyone to really take heart and think about the environmental implications we're going to be facing with bringing on these data centers. we all have to think about our families. I mean, there's not enough research that's been done to know how it's gonna affect people. What if we do find out that, you know, it increases the risk of miscarriages? What if we do find out that it causes infertility issues? You know, you may not have grandchildren. Your kids may not be able to have kids. Could be commented on because there's no data. Well, we shouldn't, you know, make decisions like this until there is data. That there is proof that it's safe or not safe. The only other thing that I wanted to address was fundamental law. You know, all constitutional government is intended to promote the general welfare of the people. That all persons have a natural right of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and the enjoyment of gains of their own industry. That all persons are created equal and are entitled to equal rights and opportunity under the law. To give security to those things is the principal office of government, and that when government does not confer this security, it fails in its chief design. So, as our elected government, I just ask that you consider how this will affect people in their health. And that's my main goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Mr. Wicks?
I'm the really loud talker. I was born screaming. I have seen firsthand growing up. I was born and raised in Oregon. And if you ever look at where the data centers are in Oregon, there's only 12, but there used to be a lot more. Oregon rains 300 days out of the year in most parts. There is hardly any shortage of water until they came in. They lasted maybe 20 years. We have to deal with it. My parents complained about it. I remember my great uncles, my great aunts complaining about it. And I saw what it did to the infrastructure. I saw what it did to the plants, the earth, everything. Well, about 12 years ago, IBM moved back to New York. Intel moved 90% of their data center processing to India. There is just a lot to learn from who's had it the longest and why they only have 12. And why are they putting 600 in Texas? We're 400 right now. They're planning to build 200 more. And why are they so big? And why do they need to be in the country? My husband's family has lived here for 200 years on the same piece of property. His family is huge. He's related blood or marriage to a lot of people in Hill County. I live on 1446. We didn't even know that there was a solar farm being put at the end of our road until one of his cousins was asked to put an easement in his property and he said no. Why is it? Why are we not being told? Why are we not being educated? Why are there not flyers being set and passed around? I am loud, my husband is not. He has to work today. My Uncle Jesse couldn't get here. His cousin that lives on the 20 acres next to us couldn't get here. I'm pretty sure that the new people that just built the 10 acres or are building on the 10 acres next to us don't even know that this is going on. We don't want it here. And I've seen it firsthand. And do you know how many endangered species we have in our area? I mean, you just type it in. We have the ocelots, the whooping cranes, turtles, Barton Springs salamanders, red cooked woodpeckers, northern Alpamato falcons, tons of fish, you know, the, what do they call it? The great horned lizard. They were just starting to come back onto our property. And what happens when the water is gone? Because that is life. And a closed loop system rarely ever works. I've seen it. Oregon doesn't hardly ever run out of water until they put these data centers in, and that was 20, 30 years ago. And in 20 or 30 years, I have grandbabies that will have their own babies. It just, I can't with it. But there's nowhere we can move, nowhere we can go. Our property value, my uncle's property value, well, my husband's uncle, you know, we can't even use the well because of the fracking that went on 20 years ago, and they made us be on the Woodrow Osceola water supply. I don't even know what else to say other than I am one person standing here representing about 50 other people. My kids couldn't make it. Obviously, my grandbabies aren't going to show up, but I have 5 kids. My husband has a very large family. His family couldn't be here. There's just a lot to process. It being so early and running throughout the day, people can't afford to miss work and come here. I'm just lucky enough that I'm in between jobs. So, but my husband couldn't make it either, but I would like to say that I do appreciate that you guys are having hearings. I would have liked to have known about this last July when it was phrased differently, so we didn't have the word data center in the town meetings or the county meetings. So at least it's now. And we can have it recognized and possibly put a moratorium on it or shelf it for right now until we can get these studies done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move to online open forum. I've got multiple signed up online. Do you have the first? Grace what? Grace Hernandez, if you're online. And if the audience, if you will, try to keep your voices low because the speaker only goes up so far, okay? Ms. Hernandez, if you're online, could you unmute and talk to us? That might work. All right, let me know. Rico Martinez, if you're online. Rico Martinez, if you're online and you can hear me, I need you to unmute your microphone.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Go
All right,
ahead.
how much time do I have?
You have 5 minutes, sir.
5 minutes. All right. Bear with me. I've been up I've worked all night. I work in the my name is Rico Martinez. I own property in Blum. I originally grew up in the city, moved to Florida, and I actually moved out of Florida because of overdevelopment. So there's few things I don't like. I don't like attorneys. I don't like politicians. I don't like developers. I also don't trust any one of them because they I feel like they take advantage, especially in this situation, or even why I left Florida. Developers come in there, just like a lot of you guys have mentioned, buy people's land out from underneath them. In Florida, they used encroachment, they used eminent domain to build apartment complexes, 15-minute cities. with no support or contribution to the community. And that's exactly what I see going on here. I don't know exactly how they're gonna plan on building this data center, what they're gonna do with the water. I mean, they can do closed loop, open loop. There, that water's got to go somewhere. If they're gonna be pumping water out of the ground, I know there's not that much water in there. I gotta, if I had to put a well in, it's 500, 600 feet in the ground. I mean, that water's not just freely available. Um, so I do have concerns about that. I've just been hearing about all the data centers being put up. I mean, Governor Abbott seems to be hell bent on getting data centers put in. So I'm curious to know how much of that is being pushed onto you guys in the local government there. But there's the data center. I just heard about data center what in Hood County near Granbury. I haven't been out there a while, but those people out there, they're miserable. That the sound coming from there. I'm sure you all heard about that today already. A lot of people talked about it, but I mean, they're miserable. Their property levels have dropped. I bought property in Blum to get away from city, to get away from the noise, get away from the lights. I want to raise a family. I got a toddler. I got a baby on the way. I mean, I bought property there. Unfortunately, I don't like developers, but unfortunately, property that was available, National Land Partners bought a 1,000-acre corn farm and then divided it, got their money and left. And so the lady that just spoke up about land grab, that's exactly what this is. This is why people have left blue states to come here. They made it miserable for people to live there and then move out of there. And this is just going to make it miserable. And then people in Hood County, they can't even sell their property. My property value already dropped in Blum this year, $50,000 because of the correction. So I can't even sell my property if I want to. I don't want to raise my family in in a place where there's going to be a data center. If it's going to be like all the others, I mean, it's going to affect everything. I mean, if they can't control the cooling without like the God, what is it called? The water, they anyway, the water towers, I think, and it cause vapors in the chemicals into the atmosphere. So I mean, there's all kinds of pollution and things that we got to worry about. I'm sure you guys are going to need to look into that. But I had a couple questions because I've heard some things, read some things online regarding this, and especially verbiage with the some of this paperwork was submitted. So data center originally was called Project Dispatch. Is that correct?
We can't really have a conversation in open forum, the way that the rules are written, but, hold on, let me pause your time while I'm talking. I can make a matter of fact, statement of a fact, and that project is Hillsborough City proper. We have no authority or anything over anything the municipality does itself.
Gotcha. Okay. So, I don't want, I mean, a lot of stuff has already been repeated about water, power. I mean, there's data out there, especially with ERCOT, talking about the projected power usage is going to be 385,000 megawatts by 2032. I mean, it's already increased, I think 20 some percent already since then. But um, where I'm standing, I mean, I hope you guys make a decision not to do this. I mean, there's ways, regulations, things outside of or inside the local government you guys can put in place to do this, but I can't afford to sell my property and move somewhere else. I mean, I want to build. I mean, I'm a critical care nurse. I save people's lives for a living. I take care of good people. I take care of bad people. I have to do my due diligence. I have to take care of these people, regardless of it's my job, but it's also my morals as well. I expect the same from my county officials, like the people who are elected. I expect them to do what we call beneficence in the medical field.
Your
What was that? I'm
time is
sorry.
up.
All
Your
right.
time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
The next one was that we had Grace What the line? Grace Hernandez, if you're on there, if you unmute your microphone. Ms. Hernandez, if you're online, if you'll unmute your microphone and you'll be able to speak. Okay. I don't see you're on there. What's that? Renee Kinslow. If you're online, you can unmute your microphone. Ms. Kinslow. You're online. If you'll unmute your microphone. Perez. I saw that one. Perez Sadiq.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you for your time to the commissioners, to the judge. We appreciate you being so receptive and hearing out feedback from community members. My name is Pervez Sadiq. I'm a power developer, and I wanted to just share some feedback with the concerned citizens and residents that have come and shared their concerns on the data center and power plant moratorium. I know there have been a lot of different opinions shared. I want to start with, I think honesty is always the best policy. It's important for developers such as ourselves to be good neighbors. I would never want the landowner or a community member in the community feeling like we never did right by them. To that end, we are actively looking to develop power generation with our data centers because we don't want to increase your power prices. I just wanted to go through some of the benefits that are associated and dispel some of the rumors for the folks in the room. You know, I'm a father, I'm a working man, I'm a family man, I'm a God-fearing man, and I like to be a good neighbor and do good by all the community members in every community I work with. I've built many solar projects and gas projects over my career. I just want to say first, we are not using more water than 5 houses, period. The power generation and the data centers will use only up to almost 400,000 gallons a day. That's as much as the average household times 5 uses. Second, we'd be bringing a lot of long-term tax incentives and revenue to the county for you to fund your schools, your infrastructure, and I would like to be a part of that and keep an honest and open relationship with the commission, the judge, and the members of the community so that we can work together to figure out where that tax revenue will go. But it would be very significant. That would provide long-term stability to the bank and to the economic development corporations and to the citizens and to the commission of Hill County. Third, the infrastructure is planned. We would very carefully plan it with the neighbors, with our economic development corporation partners, with the commissioners and with the judge, so that we're not impeding anyone's access to their land. We're not destroying any local property. We're not encroaching on anybody's property rights. We want to be good neighbors. So to the citizens that are concerned, I will drop my information in the chat here. I would like to speak with you. We're honest, hardworking people that are really just trying to deliver electricity to power a lot of the needs of our digital society. I think, quite frankly, a lot of people don't know that this kind of infrastructure requires a lot of long-term planning, and a moratorium like this would be a real hit to the economic activity and to the tax revenue base in Hill County. So to the commissioners, I kindly ask you, number one, to know that all of our developments are controlled and predictable land use. We're not increasing anybody's electricity prices because we're generating our own electricity. We are not using water more than the equivalent of 5 households in Hill County, right? There is almost no water in these modern data center designs. You fill them up once and they're good to go. It's as much noise as your refrigerator humming. It's about 37 decibels. And finally, we're good, hardworking people that are trying to be honest neighbors. And to that end, I would suggest you scrap and vote no on the moratorium, and you continue to support developers' rights and landowners' rights to develop in unincorporated areas of Hill County. God bless you. Thank you all. And I appreciate you hearing me out.
Please. I'll get it in.
Yes, Judge Renee Kinslow says she's online now.
Thank you. If he hasn't dropped his information, as soon as he includes his information in the chat, I'll write it down, get it to my court coordinator, and she'll be able to disseminate it. Disseminate it to everyone. I'm sorry. Yeah, and if we can, as people give their thoughts, just let them have their time as you had yours. Who do we have? Oh, what is Ms. Kinslow? If you're on the chat, if you will unmute your microphone. Ms. Kinslow? We're getting nothing. Who we getting that? Mr. Zangari. If you can hear.
Yes,
me.
sir. I'm here.
There you go.
All right. I'm starting my time. These are great sales pitches from all these developers because I haven't heard anybody else go for it. But I've got something really prepared for this. I want you guys all to stare at those data center guys. Let me ask everybody in the room a simple question. Has anyone ever heard of Aaron Brockovich? Now, I know it was a movie, but it was based on a true story. A small town was being poisoned, families were getting sick, people were dying. And for a long time, the people in power acted like something was fine until somebody started digging, asking questions, and exposing what was really going on. That is exactly what Hill County needs to think about before anybody in this courthouse starts rolling out the red carpet for data centers. Because once the water is gone, once the land is damaged, once the noise is permanent, once the power grid is stressed, and once the people who made the deal are long gone, the citizens are the ones stuck living the consequences. And let me be clear. I have not heard the citizens of Hill County begging for data centers. I have not heard the people standing up and saying, please bring massive industrial projects to consume water, strain infrastructure, and change our rural way of life. What I have heard is concern. I've heard opposition. I've heard people asking why this is being pushed so hard when the public clearly does not want it. You were elected by the people to represent the people, not private developers, not EDC insiders, not special interests, and not backroom projects with cute little code names. You took an oath to the Constitution and to the people. That oath matters. The First Amendment protects our right to speak, our right to assemble, our right to petition government for our grievances, and our right to hold public officials accountable. The founders did not create the First Amendment so government could hide controversial projects behind closed doors, vague agendas, and economic development buzzwords. And the Second Amendment also exists because the founders understood that liberty must be protected from a government that forgets who it serves. I am not here calling for violence. I am calling for accountability. But history is very clear. When government stops listening to the people have every right to organize, speak out, challenge, investigate, vote officials out, and defend their freedoms through lawful means. Now let's talk about the Hillsborough EDC. The Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation was created as a regional government-style entity in 2020 under former Hillsborough Mayor Andy Smith. From what I've reviewed, it created a structure with appointed members from the city of Hillsborough, elected officials connected to the county, and involvement from Hill College. And here's where the public should start paying very close attention. County Attorney David Holmes admitted to me that if criminal complaints were filed regarding certain EDC matters, he would have to recuse himself because he sits on that board and participates in closed sessions. So I kept digging, and I found that County Judge Shane Brassel is also connected to that board. Hill College also had involvement with the Cleburne EDC, and when we saw Jessica True, Ada Motherspaugh, and Art Mann showing up around closed session discussions, it raised even more questions. In my opinion, this looks like coordination. It looks like local government, economic development insiders, and connected individuals are working together to bring data centers into Hill County, whether the public wants them or not. And it brings up the obvious question, why? Why would public officials push something this controversial when the citizens do not want it? Who benefits? Because the public needs to understand something. These projects do not happen in a vacuum. Landowners benefit. Nearby property owners can benefit. Developers benefit. Political insiders can benefit. Businesses connected to the land can benefit. When proposed data center areas sit near properties connected to powerful local families, EDC members, political figures, and business interests, the public has every right to ask questions. If Will Orr's family business is located near one of these areas, if Gwen Orr, Will Orr, or Angelina Orr could benefit, the public deserves transparency. If Natasha Sawyer through Arnott Holdings or other nearby property interests could benefit while also serving as the president of the EDC, the public deserves transparency. If local political power brokers are involved, the public deserves transparency. And when the county Republican chair is tied to this political structure and Judge Brassel is pushing this issue hard, people are going to ask whether it is about public interest or political obedience. That is not an attack. This is accountability. Because when officials are pushing something the people do not want, the citizens are allowed to ask who is really giving the orders. Now let's talk about money. Many of these so-called data centers across the country are not just innocent little computer warehouses. Some are tied to cryptocurrency mining. Crypto mining is energy hungry, water hungry, and often shielded behind complicated ownership structures. So yes, the people are going to ask hard questions. Are any official board members, developers, consultants, landowners, or connected insiders receiving any direct or indirect benefit from these projects? I'm about to go over my time. Does anybody want to concede to their time? I've only got about a minute left.
I don't have anybody else signed up, Mr. Zangari. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
You muted it, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I don't have anybody else signed up for open forum, Mr. Zangari. So I have Kelby Long. Kelby Long, you were indicating you would like to cede your time to Mr. Zangari.
Yeah, he can take it.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Back to where I was in this. So yes, the people are going to ask hard questions. Are any officials, board members, developers, consultants, landowners, or connected insiders receiving any benefit or direct benefits from these projects? Are there financial interests that have not been disclosed? Are there land deals, options, consulting arrangements, crypto-related payments, or future development benefits the public has not been told about? Because if this commissioner's court is even thinking about approving, supporting, assisting, or enabling data centers in Hill County, then the answer should be simple. Full disclosure, strict regulations, environmental protections, water protections, noise limits, infrastructure guarantees, independent impact studies, no tax giveaways without public approval, no backroom negotiations, no vague agendas, no secret code names. And if these companies want to come here, then they need to pay up front. Just like the man in the cowboy hat said, not promises, not economic development fairy tales, not future projections, real money, real guarantees, and real protections before they touch 1 acre of Hill County land. Because the citizens should not be forced to subsidize their profits, risk our water, strain our grid, and sacrifice our rural communities so a handful of insiders can clap themselves on the back and call it progress. Hill County does not need to become the next Aaron Brockovich story. We do not need to wait until people are sick, wells are impacted, land values are damaged, or the public realizes too late that the deal was already done before they ever had a voice. So I'm asking this court today, stop pushing data centers behind the scenes, disclose every connection, disclose every board relationship, disclose every land interest, disclose every meeting, disclose every communication, and most importantly, listen to the people. Because you were elected to represent Hill County, not the EDC, not the developers, not political insiders, not data center companies, and Hill County belongs to the citizens, and we are watching. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm gonna say this while we're on the record. The email that gentleman provided was ps@primepowerinc.co. And I will also have that written down for anybody afterwards as well. PS Paul Sam @primepowerinc.co.
We also had a podcast. You see, Watchdog as well.
Well, that's not what we're talking about.
No, we signed up that before.
Permits that he has a lease.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have anybody else? All right. All right, I have nobody else signed up for open forum at this time. We'll go ahead and move into the agenda. Oh, we're here to work, boss. We ain't going to lunch. We'll move to the consent agenda, action on minutes, invoices, payroll, monthly report for revenue and disbursement, and observe and report elected official trainings. I've got a motion.
Second.
And a second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Let me get my stuff squared away. I messed it up. Okay. As those go around, I would like to, propose, if there's no objection, that we move item number 7 up and go ahead and discuss it first. Is that okay? Yeah. So that would be, moving 7 to number 1 on the list, which would be discuss and or action regarding placing a potential temporary moratorium on a certain large-scale industry storage, power, generation, data processing, construction activities within unincorporated areas of Hill County. Commissioner?
Yes. So the,
Oh, 5 minutes ago.
quick 5 minutes.
I only gave 30 seconds.
So, the issue in front of us is obvious. We've heard from a lot of people, from our constituents. We've got a lot of research that's been done. We've done a lot of research. And someone said it earlier, and I'll just kind of reinforce it, that this is akin to the gold rush on a land site, on a scale of something that we've never seen before. And the data center folks have found a sweet spot in the state that has limited regulations, limited enforcement, a limited code, and they're coming faster than we can keep up with. And I think it's imperative, given the empirical evidence of the data centers that have been developed here before, that we tap the brakes and we get our arms around what we're faced with, and we do the research, we do the studies. And we preface all of this by saying, this is in no way, shape, or form a push from this court to impair anyone's right to do with their own property what they want to do with it. This is a public health, public safety matter that the Commissioner's Court needs to take on. And I'm going to read my court brief, and then I'm going to turn this back over to Shane. Hill County has been approached by several data center construction entities in the past.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you. Oh, yeah, but I don't have enough. Give me that back. How about now?
Not yet.
Not yet? Come here, you. How's that? Better?
Yeah.
Hill County has been approached by several data center construction entities in the past several weeks after deep dive research on the effects to local community from previously constructed and operational data centers, existing data centers, and input from local citizens. There's sufficient empirical evidence that demonstrates the impact to local water supply, noise pollution, light pollution, ground temperature, surrounding neighbors to warrant a more detailed and measured approach to mitigation of these issues. The far-reaching and long-term effects on local citizens and the environment are too great to continue without stringent regulation. The impact on operations, Hill County operations will be greatly impacted by these measures. It will allow us time for a more measured, controlled approach to data center construction. In the short term, this short-term pause will lessen the already strained impact on our local roads, and in the long term, result in better results for the local community. I'll yield that back to you if you want to read.
I think first I've made an assumption, just like I did in the beginning when I didn't tell anybody who we were. I guess there's an assumption, as far as me personally, I do not want data centers in Hill County. And I figured that we need to put that on the record, because it seems like there's a miscommunication. I'm raising my children here. They show 4-H, they shoot shooting sports. My son's saving up to buy his first 2 heifers in the worst cattle market in the entire history of cattle. So he's saving a long time. But, so that's personally where I stand, in case there was a question. What I'd like to do, because the public comment portion is over, is I would like to read this moratorium before we started getting into the discussion of whether or not we want to vote to adopt this. The moratorium was posted. I did put draft on it, so nobody got confused if I messed it up. This came from Commissioner Holcomb, sent me a mock draft modeled after Van Zandt County's moratorium. I took it, and theirs is very tailored to their business, with what the problems they were having in Van Zandt County. So much of it didn't apply directly to Hill County, because there's 254 counties, we all do it different, we all have different problems. So I made some modifications, and this is what we've come up with. Hill County, Texas Green Energy and Data Center Moratorium. Temporary moratorium on certain large-scale industrial energy storage, power generation, and data processing construction activities within the unincorporated areas of Hill County. An order of the Commissioners Court of Hill County, Texas, declaring a temporary moratorium on the commencement of certain large-scale industrial construction activities related to battery energy storage systems, data processing facilities, large-scale power generation facilities, and related support infrastructure within the unincorporated areas of Hill County. Making written findings of necessity pursuant to Texas Health and Safety Code 121.003, providing for public hearing, providing for a waiver, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Whereas the Commissioners Court of Hill County possesses statutory responsibilities relating to county roads, bridges, drainage infrastructure, floodplain administration, emergency management coordination, public infrastructure protection, and the protection of public health and safety within the unincorporated areas of the county. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds that certain large-scale industrial developments may substantially impact county infrastructure, emergency response capabilities, groundwater resources, traffic safety, the public welfare before the county can adequately evaluate and prepare mitigation standards, and whereas the county has experienced and received reports of roadway deterioration, drainage impacts, increased heavy truck traffic, and emergency response concerns associated with industrial scale development activities occurring within Hill County, and whereas Hill County's rural emergency response system, including volunteer fire departments and emergency medical services, presently maintains limited staffing, specialized suppression equipment, hazardous materials capabilities, and water supply infrastructure necessary to respond to lithium-ion battery incidents, industrial fires, or large-scale infrastructure emergencies. And whereas the Commissioner's Court finds that once substantial construction activities commence, impacts to county road, bridges, culverts, drainage systems, emergency response capability, and groundwater resources may become immediate and irreversible before the county can complete necessary engineering studies and public safety evaluations. And whereas the Commissioners Court further finds that evolving state and federal directives regarding critical infrastructure protection, cybersecurity safeguards, and prohibited technologies necessitate additional review to ensure local compliance with applicable law. And whereas Texas Health and Safety Code 121.003 authorizes the Commissioners Court to enforce measures reasonably necessary to protect public health, And whereas the Commissioners Court finds that a temporary and narrowly tailored moratorium is necessary to allow Hill County sufficient time to evaluate impacts to county infrastructure and public safety systems and to develop uniform mitigation standards relating to roadway protection, emergency response coordination, drainage, and public infrastructure protection. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court of Hill County, Texas. Section 1 applicability. This temporary moratorium shall apply only at the commencement of new construction activities associated with battery energy storage systems exceeding 5 megawatts capacity, data processing or data center facilities exceeding 1,000 square feet, large-scale power generation facilities exceeding 5 megawatts of capacity, and associated substations, cooling systems, transmission infrastructure, and industrial support facilities directly related hereto, located within the unincorporated areas of Hill County. This moratorium shall not apply to projects currently under active construction as of the effective date of this order, routine maintenance or repair activities, agricultural operations, or projects located within incorporated municipalities. The purpose of the moratorium. During the moratorium period, Hill County shall conduct roadway engineering and traffic impact evaluations relating to heavy industrial construction traffic. Evaluate emergency response capabilities, including fire suppression, hazardous materials response, and water availability. Develop standardized roadway use and infrastructure mitigation requirements. Evaluate drainage, culvert, floodplain impacts associated with industrial scale development. Coordinate with state agencies regarding critical infrastructure protection and applicable cybersecurity guidance. Evaluate public safety impacts associated with the battery storage systems, large-scale power infrastructure, and data processing facilities. And develop uniform public infrastructure protection and mitigation standards applicable to covered projects. Section 3, the temporary nature. This moratorium is temporary in nature and shall automatically expire upon the earlier of either 12 months from the effective date of this order or the adoption by the Commissioners Court of infrastructure protection and public safety standards applicable to covered projects. There is a section 4, a waiver process. The Commissioners Court may grant a waiver from this moratorium upon the finding that the proposed project will not materially impair county infrastructure, emergency response capability, or public safety. Adequate roadway use protections and mitigation measures are in place. The applicant demonstrates compliance with applicable state and federal requirements, and the public health, safety, and welfare will not be adversely affected. Severability clause, if any provision of this order is held invalid or unconstitutional, such holding shall not affect the remaining provisions, which shall remain in full force and effect. So that is what is before us, gentlemen.
Going to discussion.
I feel like
I said my piece.
feel like there's a couple of people wanting to hear some discussion. Yeah. So here's where I sat on it. This has been a lot of lost sleep. The nature of doing business with these centers is been very murky to me. I was unaware of data centers that were being proposed in Hill County until we put this on the agenda. And now many of them are reaching out saying, hey, this is a problem. And then I remember what my mom always told me, that your emergency is not my problem. So whether or not this hurts your project, I do understand that that is your business and it is your livelihood, but that does not equate into the decision. Nor do I think it should. So it boils down for me to the oaths that I've taken. I've taken a lot of oaths over the years. Many of the men in this room have. I've taken on various positions, whether it be the military, law enforcement, judiciary. And I even printed it out. The most important part that matters is that I'm supposed to uphold the Constitution of the United States and this state, so help me God. Which our Constitution does include private property rights. And I told people that. But the lady that came in with the health issues, Miss Russell, she pointed out another section of the Constitution gave me quite a bit of policy. You could have asked my wife or probably my kids because they were in the house and they overheard the conversations, obviously. Friday, I had no idea. Saturday, I had no idea walking into this meeting. Sunday, same. Today, I walked around the courthouse, this morning. Trying to figure out what to do with this. I talked to Van Zandt County Judge directly. He said, you don't have the authority to do that. I said, you did it. How do I know how to do it? I said, well, ours is very narrow. Let me explain how it works. I've talked to our legislatures. Their concern is private property rights. And that the governor is pushing very hard for data centers all over the state of Texas. And so is the president. Not just Texas, he's pushing obviously the United States. So those are my thoughts. I've got a million other thoughts. I've been writing down, taking notes. Mr. Tim Linus brought up some really great points. Some not. With the municipalities, they have greater regulatory authority, and most people know that. With counties, we do have subdivision rules and regulations, but we can only do that if the lots are under 10 acres apiece. 10 acres. So many of those things that we can impose on a subdivision, if they have over 10 acres, we can't impose those on those individuals. So that ties our hands once again by the state. I would like to throw this out there that regulation is the key. The county is not given express authority to do very much regulation. We can have a fire marshal. And so I'd like you guys to explore that in your thoughts. It's gonna cost money. But Van Zandt County successfully used a fire marshal in their strategy. We don't have a fire marshal. I don't even know what it would look like to have a fire. But I think that would be some good to look into. We kicked it around because we know development's coming. I was thinking that it would be like a 5-year plan. So here we are. So I don't mind moving it up, and I think it's very obvious what our constituents are looking for. And I don't think that they would be upset if we spent the money on the farm.
You know, we're not far from going to budget time. There could be something to be put in for that at the budget time.
Yeah, and I'm not picturing an entire office. And it's tough to sit here and I'm a conservative Republican. I hate growing government. I just offered a solution to grow the government. You know, so but that is I'm proposing a one-man office, give them a truck and a law book. This is not public forum right now. So that's just a real quick throw that out there because it brought up top of mind and I wrote it down. And in reference to these requirements of like requiring them to put the bonds and such, the only way we can require anybody to do anything is to give them a tax payment. We can ask them.
That's my question. Like this gentleman suggested having them bonded. So I see it that there's so many that's trying to come to Texas that they're gonna flood the market. And what's gonna happen that when the market gets flooded and these things start going down, that how can we do a bond in place to make them do this?
Well, and the other thing is, it wasn't that long ago. I am the youngest guy at the table, but a calculator would fill this room. And now we're all walking around with on our phones. There's no way that data center technology does not change.
Well, and that's gonna be obsolete, as Tim pointed out, in a very short period of time.
Yeah,
And I think the urgency, you saw the urgency, as soon as you posted this, they started coming out of the woodwork. There's not one or two, they're in the queue. And if we don't do something to tap the brakes, it'll be too late. To everyone's point, it'll be too late for this county to do anything.
Well, and another thing that I would like to bring up, because of how little power that this body has to regulate. The court and myself have failed the county. In that, we have not been to TECQ hearings.
We didn't know where this was
We
going.
didn't, but we do now.
It's not completely.
I know,
Your
but
fault.
now I'm online and you see those TECQ permits put up there and they're pending. I think, granted, the citizens should go to those as well. And
enforce
and talk to those people. But I think a county judge, a commissioner showing up to the Prairie Lands water districts and talking to those people. Prairie Land is obviously telling us we have plenty of water because they're permitting. They wouldn't hand out the permit if they didn't think it.
I don't think they think that.
Well, I mean, that's what,
Yeah,
right? I mean, that's the
they're
assumption,
Yeah.
right? Same with TECQ and same with ERCOT. They obviously think that this isn't a problem. And that, hold on.
I've had a couple of people call me realtors and say, well, I'm looking at this property. What do you think? I said, how do you feel? I said, I don't want it. The people don't want it. He didn't talk to me very long.
No. Well, and I've been, any data center that called me, I've been blatantly honest with them. And I think if you ask them, they'll say, we don't want you here. But we're putting a moratorium up right now for a vote. And that should be a pretty obvious sign of that the intentions are of the county. The other one that I wanted to address was Hood County and the water running. What's very unique about Hood County is they went to the legislature. As much of us being able to stop anything is gonna have to happen in us. Hood County went to the legislature years ago and got a statute passed protecting their portion of the river. Hill County doesn't have such a statute. Sounds like we should be at Austin. So, I've already been in touch with our legislature in reference to my feelings on this. I've talked to some people that have been in the commissioner's court about gearing up to go to Austin. I've also talked to the Texas Association of Counties, which is the county's lobbyist in Austin, as to I want to go to Austin. I do not ever want to go. I know how that's gonna look in the headlines right now, and Brassel wants to go to Austin. No, if we're going to Austin, I wanna go to fight for Hill County. And that one bill could be super handy. Out runoff into the river or the lake. Or Quillow's drinking water for Cleveland. Their water runs right through my front yard. I've got a well on my place, 625 feet, can't touch the water. Can't water my garden with it, kid. Blah, blah. I mean, those are most of my ramblings. I think I took notes on a separate piece of paper because I'm so organized with it.
So the moratorium, well, you have it drafted there. Is it legal?
No, you don't have the legal authority.
So if we revise it,
Let me give you a little commentary on
okay,
situation. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
it's a double-edged sword, like one gentleman said. I agree.
I told Judge Brazel when the idea of the moratorium first came up, that I didn't think the county had legal authority to enact it. That's been bolstered by the AG opinion, AC 003, I believe it is. I think that was in 2023. That had to do with solar farms, but it's very on point, it's very analogous. And it says that county commissioners court does not have the authority to put a moratorium on a particular industry. Then Senator Bettencourt sent a letter to the AG's office recently, I think February of this year, when the Hood County issue was going on. And I believe somebody brought up House Bill 2559 earlier. And he made his feeling very clear that House Bill 2559 addresses municipal authority over moratoriums, which they do have limited ability to pass up to 2 3-month length moratoriums, but nothing past 6 months. You've proposed a 12-month moratorium, and it also makes clear that neither the state constitution nor any state statute authorizes the county commissioners to enact a moratorium. So, if you vote to enact this, I believe that we will quickly be in litigation, perhaps with the Attorney General's office, and certainly with a few of the developers. And so that's why I say, we're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Even if we revise it to be more specific.
You can revise it however you want. I don't believe you have the legal authority to enact the moratorium.
Can I ask who she is? Because he's going.
I'm sorry.
Record, and here she was speaking, and answer the actual is.
This is Mr. Holmes, he's the county attorney, he's the county's attorney. Yes, ma'am.
So what law firm are you with, sir?
He's the county's attorney.
Oh, it's not you.
Yes.
Yes.
Second opinion.
All right. We all listen to you guys talk. It's our turn now, okay? No, you're good. Apparently I'm very horrible at introducing who everybody is in the room. If anybody else talks, I'll try to introduce you. I apologize. Okay, so. What happens if we enact a moratorium and they build anything?
Well, if you do enact a moratorium, these folks are gonna expect you to enforce it. And I don't blame you to enact it. The issue becomes if you attempt to enforce it through a court action, I believe you get court out of court summarily.
Okay, and. The other deal is if we do enact it, then we also, when we're talking about budget, we're going to have to hire. The people to do the things that we said we're asking them to do, studies. Which interestingly enough, there's not many state or local agencies that are doing these studies. So Hill County would be the leading edge of this, all our big old budget we got. So.
Line in the sand time for me. If you don't do it now, you're never gonna do it.
Well, I'm not against doing it. I want to do it the right way.
Say it again?
I'm not against doing it. I want to do it the right way.
Well, there's no right way to do it according to David, because it's against the law.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I want to stop it just as bad as you do, but I want to do it the correct way.
Well,
and the legal way. I don't.
How
want to end up
do
in
you
court
do that, Scotty,
Well,
with the time frame that they're coming?
I don't know.
Two of these
Don't
be
have that
built
answer.
before we get all this stuff done, if we don't tap the brakes.
he had 12 months, and David said you're legal to,
That's for a municipality.
huh?
That's for a municipality.
County doesn't have anything.
We're out of our skis here.
Yeah, the city can do a 3-month, we cannot do one at all. Per council, the way that I wrote this was. Citing our concerns over the health and safety code. And the fact that we don't know what technologies are being used within those centers and whether. They're on the list of the governor's executive order for CCP.
Or the Department of
Chinese-
Defense.
Yeah. Foreign adversary.
That may be the best approach.
And that's where this is pointing
Right.
at.
Wake them up down there.
And again, I can't walk into Walmart and tell you it was made in China or not. I sure couldn't do it in that.
Well, there's a lot of them, and you read about them every day. In the face of the Department of Defense 1260H list and the Texas Cybersecurity Command list, you read about those companies on those lists in the paper every day. And one of them just signed a lease in the Hubble data center.
Yeah.
So how serious is anybody about keeping the Chinese out of our data and winning this race?
For the government is still flying, drones from China. So they don't want to introduce, but the federal government's flying drones from China. They don't want the counties to use that, but they will.
But it's okay for them.
It's off of them, so. It's just.
Well, and it was made very clear to me that the governor is fully intends to have these guys come here. I sat in with governor's office and the Nexus meeting as an observer. Because I wasn't really invited to the meeting, but I observed it anyway, and yeah, they're asking them what they can do to help.
Rolling out the red carpet.
Yeah.
And so I think that, like David said, we're in a spot, and this is one of those, again, my deal is I'm going back to my oath. And I'm conflicted on it. I wasn't when I walked in the courthouse this morning. I was not conflicted at all. I was going to vote against this 100% because of private property. If I can spool up enough people to fill this courtroom tomorrow and complain about what you're doing on your place, are we gonna put a moratorium in place for that? Now,
That's not the point.
well, if
The
we
point is to
take the word data center out.
tap the brakes to give
Well, and
us.
that's what, yeah, that's what gets me too, because we're not, I mean, we are saying what you can and can't do anyway. But we're also not saying forever. We're saying, let us see if it does cause broken beat.
Exactly.
So.
Is there a way to make a comment?
Oh, no, sir, we're out of,
Okay.
we're just cussing and discussing, you guys get to watch.
Fair enough.
And I do it like I would do it at my kitchen table or out on the back porch. I'm gonna pour out everything I got. There's not gonna be any question as to where I sit. And if I'm the guy that doesn't know what he's thinking, you're gonna know I don't know what I'm thinking, and that's kind of what I'm telling you. But like I said, she made a very good point. The same Constitution I swore to had another clause in there. And so that's kind of over. I don't know that it can override, but.
I think cheese races looking more and more enticing.
There is elections coming up that I would love everyone to vote in. Gentlemen, I've talked a lot. Usually I try not to, I make you guys do it, so I'm gonna let you guys talk.
So I'm gonna go back to Van Zandt County. Fire marshal. Do we have to redraft that, hire a fire marshal, to make that stand?
I think you made provision for that in the moratorium.
So let's say, if this passes and we go hire a fire marshal tomorrow. Which Miss Susan and Miss Peavy are like, you don't have that money.
That's county auditor rather than.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. County Auditor, Miss Susan and Swilling and Miss Amy Peavy, sitting county auditor, soon to be county auditor. I apologize. See,
That's why we're asking for money.
So, yeah. If all of a sudden, so if we enact this and intentionally hire a fire marshal saying, we're intentionally studying these things. Does that make this hold up any better?
I don't think it does.
And Van Zandt hasn't gotten their deal back from the AG yet, their opinion.
Not my knowledge, no.
No, I don't either. And they won't until after the election, I feel sure.
And probably many months ahead.
Yep. And what I know what you were proposing when we did this was to push this until legislature met in January when they would address this and maybe give.
Well, partially, but to really sincerely give us time to put some sideboards on this, if we can.
Well, so there's my question.
If you have the fire marshal, the fire safety standards, national fire safety standards, that's a step in the right direction.
Which I believe we can, if we have a fire marshal hold.
We can pick up the phone, call FEMA on any construction out there. It doesn't have to be under the subdivision rules.
But can the county hold, if we have a fire marshal, I believe we can hold individuals to the fire department after the fire.
If we have some.
If we have a fire marshal, is that got to coordinate with all the volunteer fire departments?
And our development services director. And our. Everyone, you guys, I mean, it would be another development services department where we just keep dumping jobs on them and not getting any staff.
I mean, if you recall, the first time you and I met with the folks at the Nexus, one of the first questions I asked was, what are you doing about fire suppression at these things? How are you gonna put out a fire?
And they didn't have an answer.
I asked them if they were gonna have on-site, fire people.
Like their own fire department,
So,
they said no.
yeah, that's. We gotta wrap our head around that. We gotta find the money. But to the property rights issue, that stops at the property line. And this spills out into the community. In a way that could change the ambient temperature, ground temperature, 16 degrees up to 6 miles away from the facility. 6 miles. And that's not just some internet idiot putting stuff out there. That's engineers and scientists that have done the work. There's enough empirical evidence out there. There's 4,500 of these things nationwide, 440-ish in Texas. And if there's not enough data out there to tell us that there are some problems that we need to address, we'll get run over in the street by these guys. If we don't do something. I say we find the money, pass the moratorium, hire a fire marshal, start the studies and let the chips fall where they fall.
What applications?
I'll go back to what I said a while ago. I want to do something too, but I don't want to do something just for the fact we're doing something. I want to do it right. I want to make it stick the first time, and that way we're done with it.
Well,
That's it, and,
I don't know there's a right way to do it.
well,
If it's illegal.
and I,
That's what I'm getting at.
when I first, to be honest, when you first brought it to me, I'm not gonna lie to you. 100% thought it was just political pandering. Trying to make people happy.
Not at all.
Because the easy vote is just do what they said, right?
And that certainly wasn't it, as you can see.
But as we've all dived into it and all of us have lost sleep over this, I'm sure. That's not what it is. It is like, to me, like you said, this is a line in the sand moment. I promise you, there are probably people from Austin watching this. And this will be a shot across the bow in reference to the counties. Saying either you regulate them, which I would rather not, because Austin is Austin. Or give the counties some ability to regulate, because there's 254. There may be a very poor county that's got a ton of land and 3 people, and they want automatic. Let them bring them. And let Hill County do what it wants. Let Travis do it. So.
I'm like Larry, just find some money and hire a fire marshal. We're gonna need one anyway, so
So you say that your budgets are good?
he probably does.
Yeah. We can find.
I'm going in the red this year, it don't matter.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened.
Right, Susan?
We can find the money.
Had some.
It would have to be a budget amendment, create the position. Was Ms. Parker in here? Ms. Parker is the treasurer, she's also HR. We'd have to come up with a job description as well. And all those little government things to make us efficient.
Jim can do it this part-time.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a motion that we place a 1-year moratorium on construction, data center construction in Hill County in order for us to address the issues at hand and assess the far-reaching impact to the local community from these facilities.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll go around the table and take a record vote. Mr. Holcomb?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no on it at this time.
No.
Two boy.
You do all the talking, you get this.
It's anywhere. I vote aye.
Yeah.
You wanna go ahead and pass a hat around for?
Yeah, for fire marshal.
When we get sued.
All right, you want to,
We sign this, we vote no.
yes.
Unless you want to.
Well, like I said, I'm not against it, I just wanna do it the right way.
Yeah.
And
Again.
I don't think we're doing it the right way until we get a fire marshal in place. Well.
And all about it.
We don't need to do it.
All right, gentlemen, we made a vote.
We have a lot of agenda to get.
We're the law for politics anyway, right?
No, we don't sign it.
What I'd like to do is take a break. The reason I moved that one up is because most people aren't here to watch us pay bills. So I'd like to take at least a 45-minute recess. Is that acceptable, Councilman? They good? It's my show, okay. We're gonna take a 45-minute recess real quick. Everybody online, hold on one second, guys. Everybody online, when we come back in 45 minutes, you have to log back into that link, or else it won't show you that we're back if you're interested in us paying bills and stuff. So, we'll be in recess at 1:07, back in 45 minutes.
All right, so I'm gonna leave, thank you so much for your time, suggestion. Use all that money you're getting from the solar farms.